The night Arya Vale's father died, she didn't bury him. She inherited his debts. A single signature on the wrong contract chained her family to the Black Crown Syndicate, and now the city watches her like prey. Every street lamp feels like a spotlight. Every shadow, a noose. Darius Hale finds her there in the crosshairs. A man carved from silence, heir to an empire that trades mercy for mathematics. His world is ruled by ledgers and blood, where alliances are measured in receipts and betrayal is cheaper than forgiveness. He offers her a deal that sounds like salvation and tastes like danger. Protection in exchange for obedience. Safety written in the fine print of a contract she never meant to sign. But the city doesn't wait for love to grow. It sharpens it, forces it into corners where kisses are weapons and touch is a negotiation. Between Arya's fire and Darius's restraint lies a war against enemies, against the family that betrayed them, against themselves. Because in this world, nothing is free. Not loyalty, not survival, and certainly not love. When blood becomes currency, the only question left is, who will pay the price? Number Blood Contract. Chapter 1. The Debt. The night the debt came knocking, the city wore rain like a warning. It gathered in the gutters and muttered down the fire escapes, glinting in the alley like a blade. From the bar's back door, I could watch it build and decide whether to hate the weather or the men it seemed designed to disguise. "Close in 10, Arya," Benny called, towel over his shoulder, radio low and crackling in some other lifetime's music. "You grab the back?" "I've got it," I said, and pulled the trash bags tight like I was making good on some smaller promise. The clink of bottles, the sweet sour of spilled cocktails, the bleach we used to insist chaos could remain hygienic my normal night armor. My phone buzzed. Asterisk. Incoming. Final reminder. 12. 0 amperes. M. Asterisk. The number was one of the new kinds that look like mistakes. No name, just a hint of laughter behind the digits. I locked the back door and slid the bolt. No use. Doors only keep out weather. Men always find a way in. Benny killed the bar lights one by one, so the room fell into stripes of shadow and memory. "You all right?" he asked, pausing at the register like a man considering prayer. "Rent's paid. Tips were decent. The espresso machine didn't catch fire." I gave him a smile with corners. "That's a win." "You want me to walk you?" he asked, which was his way of saying times I hear the wolves. Asterisk. He had a soft spot for strays. I wore mine like a coat. "I'm good." I re-knotted my ponytail, checked the pepper spray I pretended would be enough, and took the back hallway. The air smelled like citrus cleaner and adrenaline. Mom was home. Rowan would be pretending sleep with a laptop glow under his blanket. The city would try to sell me another future on the walk to the train. I believed in none of it, and wanted all of it. The alley split the block like a scar. Rain shined it up for cameras that weren't there. Arya Tran. They said my name like it owed them interest. 2 men stepped from the mouth of the alley, suits under raincoats, the drape too good for civil service. One held an umbrella without caring whether it covered me. The other kept his hands in his pockets like the night belonged there. "We've been patient," Umbrella said, voice warm and used to being thanked. "Tonight we're out of charity. I don't accept donations," I said, and started counting exits. Left to 9th. Right to the bodega that sells pity with your coffee. Up the fire escape that screams in its sleep. Pocket hands smiled. "Cute." Your father's note matured, plus penalties. I'd heard that sentence before, in worse rooms. He's been gone 3 years, I said. You can tell your spreadsheet to stop pretending he still breathes. We don't collect from the dead, Umbrella said. We collect from signatures. He signed. You were named. My palm went cold despite the work. He had no right. Agreed, Pocket Hand said. But he had the pen. We have the paper. You have midnight. The phone buzzed again in my pocket as if to agree. What do you want? I asked, because pretending I had choices was a luxury I still let myself afford. Tonight? A conversation, Umbrella said. Tomorrow? A plan that doesn't embarrass math. He tilted his head, appraising. You're not stupid. Not brave either, I said. Brave gets people killed. A black sedan rolled into the alley like it had been waiting in the shadow for the cue. The rear door opened without a hand. Warm light spilled from inside, the kind money chooses when it wants to look like forgiveness. Get in, Pocket Hand said. No. I kept my voice thin as wire. Your brother, Umbrella said. 14. Robotics. Good kid. My mouth moved before my brain consented. He's none of your business. He is if you make him, Umbrella said. Get in. The rain thickened, as if the city had been paid to add drama. I felt for the pepper spray and let my fingers touch it long enough for my pulse to slow. Then I got into the car because there are rooms you only survive by walking into on your own feet. Leather and silence inside. A scent I didn't recognize at first, something expensive pretending to be a forest. And under it, the faint metallic note of money counted in blood. The man across from me sat in the dark, as if he'd been built there. The car door closed. The world narrowed to the hum of the engine and the distance between us. I knew his face from photographs other people paid to have taken. Not celebrity worse. Binocular fame. Power's private press. He was younger than I expected. Older where it mattered. Dark hair precise, and not apologizing for it. Handsome in the way bridges are. Engineered to hold weight. Eyes the particular gray of sky right before it. Decides to be weather. Miss Tran, he said. And my name sounded like a verdict in his mouth. I'm Darius Hale. The night rearranged itself around the word times Hale asterisk. The family that owned 3 ports and the air between them. The money that kept governments honest, or at least quiet. The dynasty whose press photos looked like the kind of wedding you don't get invited to because you can't afford the right sins. Of course you are, I said, and made my voice flat so it wouldn't break. You sent the reminder. I sent courtesy, he said. You sent men. They're efficient. What do you want? I asked again, cutting out the polite. The car's interior stole sound. I had to aim the question like a knife. He watched me the way surgeons watch a monitor, intent without hurry. His suit was charcoal, precise without shine. The cuffs showed a fraction of wrist. A vein beat there, with the calm of a metronome. Your father borrowed, he said. He collateralized with a clause he didn't explain. If he defaulted or died, the obligation passed. You know this part. I know it better than you think, I said, and the memory rose like bile. My father's last months, the stink of cigarettes clinging to the air even on the mornings he swore he'd quit, the way he dressed Hope in borrowed suits. Darius slid a portfolio from the seat beside him and placed it on the table between us. Black leather. The kind that grows out of money and ends up as artifact. Open it, he said. I didn't. Tell me first. The clause is vulgar, he said, as if discussing a menu. It suggests the lender can claim a living guarantee of family member until the original amount is repaid. He sat back. I don't like vulgar, but you like leverage. I said, I like elegant solutions. He corrected. Let me offer one. Why? I asked. Because when men like him offer, the price is always hiding in the grammar. Because you're useful, he said with no flourish. And because some of my rivals will insist on using you in ways I find crude. Crude like kidnapping? I asked. Crude like spectacle, he said. Rival. Spectacle. Words I didn't want anywhere near my life. What do you propose? I asked, because running is easier if you know what you're running from. A contract, he said. Bloodbound, if you insist on romance. Or ink, if you prefer the adult version. You live in my protection, and under my rules for a term. I retire the debt. You work for me. My laugh surprised us both. Work? In which department? Security, he said. Acquisitions. Diplomacy. You're quick. You read rooms. You don't faint when men say shadow things out loud. You'll learn. It would have been flattering if it weren't terrifying. And the other terms? I asked, because men like him always bury the ones that hurt in the footnotes. You don't run. You don't lie to me twice. You don't bring wolves into my house. He sounded bored, like reciting a hotel policy. You maintain the fiction of being mine in public until the fiction becomes unnecessary. Fiction, I repeated, though it didn't feel like the word he meant. Engagement, he said mildly. Temporary. Satisfies eyes that need satisfaction. Keeps certain hands off you long enough for me to settle other matters. You want a fake fiancé, I said. He tilted his head. I want to guarantee my enemies will understand. And what do I get? I asked, though he had already named it. Protection. A roof. No wolf dared scratch. You get safety for your family, he said. A place to put your head that isn't beneath a blade. Instruction. Options. Freedom? I asked, because I needed to hear him say no. At term's end, he said, the contract expires. You leave with whatever you came with, plus whatever you earn. And if I break it? I asked. Then we both bleed, he said softly. And that was the first time I heard something like honesty in his tone. I pressed my palms flat against my thighs to keep from shaking. The leather of the seat was warm. The air was warm. Nothing inside me was. What's the term? I asked. 1 year, he said. A year. I tried to imagine myself older by that number and failed. Survival shortens your calendar. Time becomes a room you measure indoors. He slid the portfolio closer with 2 fingers. Up close, it smelled like paper, ink, and a mild cologne that had chosen to be forest, but remembered it had been made in a lab. I opened the cover. Contracts look the way power sounds. Dense paragraphs, fine print like eyelashes, names typed for signatures. My father's in a scan I'd stared at the morning after his funeral until my eyes refused to read. Beneath it, a page that was not part of the original new font, cleaner paper, the elegant signature line blank. Your blood? I asked without looking up. If you like, Darius said. Symbol is helpful for some men. I like mine to understand the old language. Umbrella had offered a conversation. This was a sermon. I could say no and watch the city eat my brother in small gulps. I could say yes and watch it try to eat me more slowly. Why me? I asked, last attempt at a door. He considered me not my body, not my shoes, not the way my fingers had torn the cuticle on my left thumb until it bled. He considered, like I was a map he didn't want to misread. You make decisions when you're afraid, he said. Most people don't. They freeze and call it virtue. You choose. Also, you hate owing anyone. Debt makes some people lazy. It makes you mean. I can use mean. I'm not violent. I said. Violence wears different shoes, he said. Pocket hands opened the door, and the outside made the kind of sound that could be wind or knives. My phone buzzed again. Asterisk. Midnight asterisk. It was midnight 10 minutes ago. They were being polite. What happens to my family tonight if I don't sign? I asked. I keep the wolves at my house, Darius said. My rivals keep theirs hungry. They circle, they test fence and wall. They wait for your light to go out. He held my gaze. They will find your brother either way. They just prefer him unclaimed. The car's temperature felt suddenly too hot. My mouth tasted like the moment before a cry. You're negotiating with terror, I said. I'm negotiating with facts, he said, which is what terror calls itself after a few years in private school. I closed the portfolio and placed my palm on its spine. There are rooms you only leave by agreeing to build another room. There are men you only survive by letting them write your next chapter and then stealing the pen. Something in my chest had the nerve to laugh at the word times, fiancé asterisk. The nerve to think of velvet and glass and my name on invitations written in a font that takes an hour per letter. Term's end, I said. I walk untouched. No one leaves untouched, he said. But you'll leave unowned. And until then, I asked, you'll be under my protection, he said, and the line sounded ridiculous in the car until I thought about men like Kolya Sidorov names. I knew only because the gossip around tips sometimes included funeral flowers. There are rules, Darius added. We will both hate them. And you? I asked before I could stop myself. What do you get besides an obedient prop? He smiled with one corner, like forgiving my insult felt like a decision he could afford. I don't like props. They break. I get a partner for a problem that requires more than muscle. I get a woman the city will believe I want, which requires less explanation than the other kind. And what kind is that? I asked, because I had learned to temper fear with the fence it keeps you from fainting. A kind that doesn't exist yet, he said. The answer should have been nonsense. It wasn't. He produced a small silver blade from somewhere. Knives are allowed to live on men like him. He set it on the leather. Blood or ink, he said. Decide. A year. Safety in the arithmetic. Obedience in the footnote. A life in the space between. I reached for the knife, and it wasn't bravery. It was mathematics with a pulse. I pricked my finger. The drop bloomed clean, red, not theatrical. Darius handed me a linen square, with the casual intimacy of a man who has done this before. The thought should have disgusted me. It only steadied me. He signed first. I watched his hand move, neat and unfussy. Then I put my name where names go when you decide the price of breath is consent, and you intend to renegotiate later. The blood smeared a little where the paper had already soaked ink. I pressed the linen to it, and the stain sank in like a lesson. Darius watched my face, and not my hand. I hated him for that. I was grateful for it too. Now what? I asked. When the knife had gone somewhere I wasn't going to think about, and the portfolio looked exactly like any other portfolio, despite having started to feed on me. "Now you go home," he said. "Pack what you can carry in one bag. Tell your brother a version of the truth he can survive. Sleep here tomorrow." He slid a card beside the portfolio. A street with a tree-lined lie, and a code that would open a door a normal person couldn't afford to even lean on. "And tonight?" I asked. "Tonight I move pieces," he said. "And my enemies count badly because they think you're a pawn." "I am," I said. "You won't be long," he said. Umbrella opened the door again. The rain had softened to a miserable mist, as if even the weather had run out of threats. I slid from the car, and the city slid back into my lungs like a familiar poison. "Aria," Darius said from the dark. I kept my hand on the door, not turning yet. "What?" "You don't owe me for saving you," he said. "Only for what we build. I haven't decided to build anything." I said. "You will," he said, as if he was telling the time. The door shut, and the sedan became water, then shadow, then nothing. Umbrella and pocket hands evaporated into the alley's mouth like they'd never learned to exist in daylight. I walked until the bar's glow was a memory, and the bodega's neon offered me oranges in despair. I kept walking because stopping is when fear catches the train you missed. Our apartment's stairwell had the smell all cheap buildings develop. Boiled cabbage once a week, dust always, a mystery under the second step. Second floor, left turn, the door with the lock we could afford, and the chain I'd convinced the landlord to let me install with the kind of smile you learn from watching your mother outsmart men who want favors. Rowan was sitting on the kitchen counter with his feet on a chair, a screwdriver in his mouth and the robot's open belly in his lap. His hair had decided on some new physics I didn't recognize. He looked up with eyes that refused to learn how to be tired. "You're late," he said, which is 14 for times I was worried asterisk. I was going to text, but then I got the sensor to stop lying about the line. "The line always lies," I said, locking top, then bolt, then chain. My hands knew this prayer without me. "We live in curve." "Exactly." He spat out the screwdriver, caught it, grinned. "Did you get wet? You look like a crime scene." "I met some weather," I said. "And some men who wish they were." He stilled, head cocked, like a bird that just heard glass. "Bad ones? A particular category," I said, and set my bag down like it might explode. "We need to talk." He slid off the counter and landed without sound. He always forgets he's big now until he does something like that and remembers. He came to me with the kind of attention I don't deserve, and rarely ask for. "We're okay?" he said, already bracing for a no. "We will be," I said, making the choice to make it true. "But we're moving." "When?" He said it like times how fast can we run. Asterisk. "Tomorrow," he blinked. "That's not moving. That's teleport." "I know." He searched my face, reading code for edge cases. "Because of Dad's debt." "You knew," I said, half a question, half a groan. I had kept him out of the numbers on purpose. Numbers cut cleaner than knives. "I know more than you think," he said. "I also know you hate asking me to trust you without telling me why." "I do," I said. "So," he said, waiting, not letting me skip the hard part. I told him the truth the way you tell children about war. In facts they can eat. The men in the alley. The claws that survive death. The offer. "A contract," he said. "Like a literal?" "Blood and ink," I said. "Gross." he said, reverent. He walked to the window and looked at a view that had never been beautiful and had always felt like home. The diner flashing its D because I fell off last winter and the landlord hasn't replaced it. The laundromat sign that thinks it's a lighthouse. The slice of sky that lets me remember we live on a planet and not in a debt collector's pocket. Is he the devil? Rowan asked without turning. He's a man, I said. That's worse sometimes. I know. Is he going to hurt you? He asked, which is what he meant by times us asterisk. He's going to teach me to survive a different room, I said. And I'm going to teach him where the doors are. Rowan nodded like he was deciding whether to forgive me in advance. Do we get to bring the robot? Yes. Do we get to bring Mom's picture? Yes. Do I get to bring my hoodie even though you hate it because it makes me look like a raccoon thief? Yes. He turned, and the relief on his face shamed me. Okay, he said, like we had just planned a field trip. You'll still go to school, I said. You'll still do regionals. Regionals! He brightened like someone had struck a match inside him. Do rich people hate robots? I could teach them to love robots. Please do, I said, and wanted to cry because this ridiculous, tender boy was the reason I had signed my name in blood for a man whose smile meant different things depending on which century you were standing in. We packed through midnight. Clothes that could pass as neither poor nor rich. The letters Mom had written before she forgot how to write. The picture of Dad when he still had a jawline, and the decency to keep his lies small. Rowan's parts bins. My mother's chipped porcelain mug with the crooked tulip. The pepper spray. The piece of paper with the address and the code on it. A life folded into a square. At 2, when even the city grew bored with us for an hour. I tried the shower to wash off the contract and found it had already soaked into the part of my skin that water can't reach. In the mirror, the girl who looked back had my mouth and someone else's eyes. She looked like she was practicing a word she wasn't sure she wanted to own. Asterisk mine. Asterisk. The bed didn't forgive our weight when we lay on it. Rowan fell asleep with his arm over his eyes like he couldn't stand to watch his own dreams. I lay with my ear toward the window, listening for footsteps that didn't come, listening for the car that had already taken what it needed from the night. My phone buzzed, the old number that kept trying to follow me into new rooms. Asterisk. Sleep asterisk, the message said. I didn't answer. It buzzed again. Asterisk Tomarau. 10 amperes. M code. 19711. Asterisk. The address. The door. The hour. When sleep came, it came like an animal that had been stalking me since I was 12, and finally decided to lay its head on my ribs and stop pretending it wasn't mine. Morning arrived clean as a lie. The rain had moved on, leaving the air scrubbed down to its bones. I made coffee in the old French press that complains. Rowan taped a note to the fridge for a mother who wouldn't read it, and for himself so he could believe he had honored ritual. Asterisk. Back soon, don't worry, love you. Asterisk. He stuck a heart on it with the kind of marker that stains your fingers for hours. We carried our bags down the stairs that remember every weight. At the street, the car was already waiting. Not the one from last night. A different beast. Matte gray. Anonymous. The way predators are when they mean to live long. The driver wore the face of a man, trained to notice small differences between identical disasters. Miss Tran? He said. Yes. I said, because the contract had already made it true. He took our bags like they weighed less than a promise. Rowan slid into the back and pretended not to be as impressed as he was by the screen that lowered from the ceiling when he touched it. I got in after him and closed the door on the life where strangers could come up our stairwell and test the lock. We drove without drama through streets. I recognized and then didn't. Money has a way of remapping a city without moving any of the buildings. The trees got taller. The sidewalks got less angry. The windows got the kind of glass that doesn't shiver when trucks pass. We stopped in front of a townhouse pretending to be modest. Brick that had been cleaned recently enough to show off. Black door with a brass number that added up to 8. If you believe in that sort of thing. 2 steps up to a landing that dared you to try your key. I pressed in the code. 1, 9, 7, 1, 1. The lock made a noise that felt like a blood cell passing a checkpoint. The door opened onto a hall that smelled like lemon and decision. Rows of shoes lined one wall. None of them were mine yet. A console table with a vase that had the decency to be empty. Stairs up. A light at the back, where a kitchen pretended to be a normal place for breakfast. Rowan exhaled the way he does when he sees a board he knows he can beat. We live here? For now, I said. Cool, he said. Which is boy for times I will not admit I'm relieved while you're watching. Asterisk. Rules, a voice said from the end of the hall. Darius. He didn't fill the space with sound. He made the air decide to behave. He had ditched the tie. His shirt was open at the throat. He looked more dangerous without the costume. Rowan edged behind me and then stopped because he remembered he was not a child, and also because pride tastes too good in your mouth to spit out when you're 14. Darius took in my brother, then me, then the bags with an expression that didn't reveal numbers but had them stacked inside. Breakfast, he said. Then logistics. I thought rules, I said. Those 2, he said. We followed him down the hall like we'd always been meant to do that. The kitchen was the kind of clean you get when someone else is paid to notice crumbs. A French press identical to mine, but newer and more arrogant, sat on the counter like an apology I wouldn't accept. He poured coffee for me without asking how I take it. He was right. I disliked that. He slid a glass of milk toward Rowan, as if he'd been briefed on the boy's bones. He placed a plate of toast on the island, and the smell undid a small knot in my chest I hadn't noticed. We will pretend to be civilized for 3 minutes, Darius said. Then I'll ruin it. Generous? I said. He looked at me over the rim of his cup and allowed himself the faintest smile. Don't thank me yet. Rowan ate toast like a soldier resupplied. I sipped coffee and tried to categorize the sensation of being safe and endangered at the same time. It felt like standing very close to a train and not moving. The rush, the noise, the knowledge that the tracks go somewhere whether you want to go or not. Your room is on the 2nd floor, Darius said to Rowan. Hall left. Doors lock. Don't test my alarms. You will lose. Rowan nodded like he appreciated a worthy opponent. You will go to school at the same time, Darius continued. Different route, different driver. You will not notice. He turned to me. You will begin training at 9. Tasha will unteach you half your instincts and harden the other half. You'll hate her. Then you'll try to keep her. Precision, I said, remembering the word he had used last night to call his cruelty by a name he could live with. Something like that, he said. He set a thin folder beside my cup. Your father's account is now a closed set, he said. No one outside this house has permission to speak your name to you. If they do, it's an error, and we correct it. You make it sound like algebra, I said. It is, he said, plus a woman who refuses to be reduced. I wanted to hate the way that landed. I did not. Rowan slid from his stool and stood with his shoulders back, trying out the posture of boys who believe they belong in rooms the city told them were built for other people. "Do I have to call you, sir?" he asked, almost serious. "No," Darius said. "You can call me by my name, or call me nothing. Just don't call me before 8. Rowan snorted. "Okay," he said, and I knew we would at least survive breakfast. After, Darius walked us through the house like he was giving a tour of a body. The panic room disguised as a linen closet, the second exit disguised as an art piece, the stair that squeaked because even rich houses need to remember what floorboards are for. Rowan cataloged every sensor with the look of a boy who was going to try to make friends with them whether they wanted friends or not. On the landing between the first and second floor, Darius paused and looked back at me. The sunlight from the narrow window put a pale line along his jaw, and for a second one younger version of me imagined tracing it. "I put that girl back in her room. She'd get us killed. This will hurt," he said simply, not performing a warning so much as fulfilling a requirement. "But less than the alternative." "Which is?" I asked. "Letting other men set your price?" he said. He moved on. I watched his back because it felt safer than watching his eyes. At the top of the stairs, Rowan disappeared into the room. That would be his. As if houses could be persuaded to love you if you touched their doorframes gently. I stood in the hall and let my hand press against the wall until I felt the studs behind the drywall, the bones we build around so we don't notice the weight we ask our shelters to carry. Darius waited at the end of the hall. When I joined him, he studied my face with the careful disrespect of a doctor lifting a sheet. "You'll read the rest of the contract," he said. "You'll have your lawyer look at it. You'll tell me where you think I'm insulting you. I'll decide whether you're right." "Efficient," I said. "Honest," he said. I should have walked past him then. I should have shut a door in his face and pretended I knew how to sleep in a new bed. Instead, I asked the question I shouldn't have given the day permission to hear. "Why did you come yourself?" I said. "Men like you send men." He didn't pretend to misunderstand. "Because if I didn't, my enemies would," he said. "And because I prefer to choose the first story you tell yourself about me." "And what should that be?" I asked. "Useful," he said. We stood in the hall with the lemon and the light, and the contracts folded in their folder, and the boy down the hall, pretending not to be listening. Then Darius did something I did not expect. He reached for my hand. Not the contract hand with its dried line of blood. The other. He turned my palm up and touched the small bruised crescent at the base of my thumb, where a bottle had broken last week, when a customer decided he deserved more from the world than the world agreed to give. "This is old," he said. "Not old enough," I said. "It will harden," he said. "It will also heal. This is the part where I pretend you're gentle," I said. "No," he said. "This is the part where I give you information." His thumb left my hand slow enough that I had to choose not to make a sound. I succeeded. Barely. "You have something for me," he said, as if the world had always been arranged so that I owed, and he received. "What?" I said. "Your word," he said. "And your attention at 9. You'll get both," I said, and hated how much truth I poured into it. He stepped back. "Don't get lost, Miss Tran," he said softly. "This house has more rooms than you think." "I'm not scared of rooms," I said. "You shouldn't be," he said. "You're very good at finding the doors." When he left, the hall remembered how to be a hall. I stood there until my breath slowed to something that didn't embarrass me, then went to find Rowan. He had already claimed the desk, the window, the small strip of floor where he had decided the robot would learn to turn without lying. He looked up with that grin that answers questions no adult can. "We're okay," he said. "We will be," I said, and chose to believe him. 9 o'clock was an hour away. The city had started to wear the day. The house learned the sound of our feet. Somewhere downriver, a man with a ledger counted and found that he was short by one signature. Somewhere uptown, a rival read a line in a contract and decided his next move. In the middle of it, I touched the wall and listened for the heartbeat of the house, and, under it, my own. I had signed away the next year of my life to a man who didn't believe in mercy, because mercy doesn't balance. I had delivered my family into the arithmetic that keeps empires upright. I had chosen the velvet room with the steel bones because the alley is for people who still think weather is the problem. It wasn't bravery. It wasn't surrender. It was a blood contract with the part of me that insists the story can be written by the person living it. 9 o'clock, I told myself. Precision. Rules. A pair of gray eyes I refused to drown in. Breath in, breath out. Don't faint. Choose. When the knock came at my door, 2 knuckles. Polite like a threat that learned manners, I said, "Come in." And the next chapter walked through. Number blood contract. Chapter 2. The rules we hate. 9 o'clock arrived on soft feet and bared teeth. The house had learned our breathing. Now it wanted our sweat. Tasha met me in a room that used to be a library before someone decided books were better hidden. Windows high, light hard, a floor that didn't mind being hurt. She had already tied back her hair, a short black blade against her neck. She wore a black tee and loose pants, and the sensible contempt of a woman who has seen people die of arrogance. "Shoes off," she said. "Watch off." "Pride off." "My pride is an accessory," I said. "Then it's the first thing a thief will take," she said, unamused. "Hands up." Her hands spoke first. A slow demonstration, the kind you give a good student so you can learn where they lie. "Your fear tells the truth," she said, tapping my forearm into a guard. "Don't drown it. Don't worship it. Breathe until it becomes a tool." We started with feet. Where they go. Where they don't. I wanted to be sharp. My body offered soft. She turned soft into angles. Where they go. She had a way of touching 2 fingers. Corrective. Not sorry that made me want to be better just to get her approval, and made me hate myself for wanting that. "Again," she said, when my elbow shouted before my hips moved. "Again," I said, when my breath stumbled and my pulse tried to take over the room. She never raised her voice. She didn't have to. The room obeyed her, because she had bled in rooms like this. And the salt had signed a contract the paint could still smell. We drilled. Step. Turn. Drop. Rise. My ponytail stuck to my neck. The lemon clean of the house gave way to the copper of effort. Tasha moved like a sentence punctuated exactly where it should be. My body learned to be brave 1 centimeter at a time. "Hands like hooks," she said, guiding my grip. "Thumb here, see? You're not petting a cat. You're persuading a wrist to forget it wants a gun." She took my hand when I got it right, lifted it once, let it drop. "Good," she said. "Don't get clever. Clever gets people killed." "Darius loves clever," I said, because my mouth reacts to authority by chewing it. "Darius loves results," she said. "He tolerates clever when it pays rent." I hated that I understood. I loved that she didn't flinch when I hated. We were going to be fine or enemies. Maybe both. At 10:30, she tossed me a towel and a bottle of water and gestured to the scar along her jaw as if it were a whiteboard. "This," she said, "is what happens when you win the wrong argument in the right room. You'll have a choice soon. He'll offer you power dressed as safety. You'll take it. Good. Just remember which parts of you don't belong to anyone." "Do you make that speech to all of his indentured guests?" I asked. She smiled without kindness. "Only to the ones who can write their way out," she said. Break. The break was an apple, a protein bar that tasted like an apology for not being bread, and silence that let my pulse climb off the furniture and sit like a reasonable person. The house had a way of being generous without admitting it. Cool air, cold water, a window that insisted on light. If I were weak, I would have called it kindness. I was not weak. I was learning to be strong in a different grammar. When I came back from changing into clean clothes, black again, the house seemed to prefer us that way. Darius was at the island with a laptop open and a grin he was hiding in the tilt of his head. His shirt had migrated to the state just before carelessness. The top button was open. His sleeves were rolled. Heat rose like a rumor. I refused to repeat. "Progress?" he asked, eyes flicking to the new bruises in bloom on my forearms, and lower, where a mark had appeared at my hip bone in the shape of Tasha's correction. "Pain is a persuasive teacher," I said. "You'll like her," he said. "Eventually. I'm already developing a crush," I said. He looked up, head cocked the smallest, amused flinch, as if recalibrating a tool. "Good," he said. "She won't notice. Or she'll use it. Either way, you become excellent." "I prefer excellence I can afford," I said. "Excellence is always paid for," he said. "You merely decide currency." He slid a plate toward me. "Toast? Eggs? That arrogant French press's best." I sat because the floor felt like it had opinions about my knees. "Rules," he said, closing the laptop like a man closing a confession. "We'll hate them. We'll keep them. You'll break one. I'll forgive one. After that, no mercy." "Can I record this?" I asked. "It'll make a great voicemail." "Number 1, he said, ignoring me. "You never leave the house without a driver. Not for air, not for coffee. You will think this is overprotective. It is overprotective. You're too valuable to be casual with." "I've never been valuable before," I said. "It itches. You'll develop a tolerance." He ticked a finger. "Number 2, you tell me the truth fast. Not the polished truth, not the useful truth. The ugly kind. Nothing ruins outcomes like delayed honesty. You're asking a woman to skip the part where she makes it easier for a man to hear," I said. "That's not a rule. That's a revolution." "Then revolt," he said, and something like a smile slipped free. "Number 3, you will be seen with me in public twice a week until the fiction makes itself redundant. You'll have a wardrobe sent over. You will hate most of it. Decline what you can't breathe in." "Is there a line item for Times clothes I can run an asterisk?" I asked. "Yes. Tasha's in charge of flats." He went on. "Number 4, your brother keeps his routines. I will not move him like furniture to fit other men's threats. If someone tries to touch him, they cease to exist." He said it with the same temperature he used when he said Times good morning. Asterisk. I let my fingers find the edge of the island and wrap around the wood. "That sounds like a rule for you," I said. "It is," he said. Number 5. If I tell you to run, you run. No. He didn't blink. No? No, I repeated. You can't teach me to be a weapon, and then ask me to become heir at your convenience. I can, he said, and I will. But we can argue about it en route. I swallowed toast that suddenly tasted like argument. What do I get to write? I asked. Or is this the part where I pretend my handwriting is pretty on your page? He folded his arms a shape I had already learned meant times I'm listening. Asterisk. Right, he said. Number 1, I said, because if I didn't start, I'd never. You don't lie to me except to save my life. And if you do that, you tell me immediately after. I get to be angry. You get to take it. Agreed, he said, too fast, and I hated that relief yanked something in me open. Number 2. My brother is not to be used as collateral. Not his presence, not his face, not his genius. Agreed, he said again, and this time the word felt like a weight put carefully on a shelf. Number 3. The Times public fiction. Time stays public until I say otherwise. No hands in rooms I can't breathe in. No staging intimacy when I am bleeding. His eyes changed shade. Define hands, he said, irritating and precise. Your hands, I said. On me, without consent. Consent that is given freely. Not because you ordered the air to be scarce. Agreed, he said, suddenly grave. And if you grant consent, then you will have it, I said. And we will both know why. The house's refrigerator hummed politely. A chaperone. Darius looked at me like a man reading a set of instructions, written in a language he already knew, and had somehow forgotten. Anything else? He asked. Yes, I said. I get to say times no times without being punished. Professionally. Personally. In kitchens. In cars. In glass rooms. He didn't look away. Professionally, he said. Yes. Personally. He let the word hang. Personally. I prefer to be obeyed. I pushed my plate away with one finger, the sound loud against the island's perfect finish. Then you should adopt a dog, I said. A slow smile cut his mouth. Tasha said you'd be impolite, he said. I hoped she was right. Tell me about Times Public, asterisk, I said. Where are we going to make the city jealous of our tragedy? Tonight, he said. A small charity auction. Art held hostage. The gallery will be full of people who think they're above what they fund. You will wear black. You can sit down in. You will stand on my left. You will look at me when you're bored. Someone will photograph that look. A rumor will be born. And rivals will note the ringless hand and the confident posture, he said. They'll assume we have time to play. They'll be wrong. I picked up my mug. You enjoy this, I said. He thought about it. I enjoy outcomes, he said. I tolerate theater. What happens if I fall on my face? I asked. You don't, he said. You're insufferable. Accurate, he said. Wardrobe turned up at noon like a storm with perfect posture. A silent woman and 2 rolling racks that could have been steel spines with silk dangling from them like muscles. Nothing sparkled. Everything cost. The colors tried to seduce me into being paler than I am. I chose black, of course, and a midnight blue that looked like the sky before it chooses rain. The tailor, a man with hands soft as apologies, pinned and hummed and hovered. It should look like you are a fact. he said, in an accent that made suggestions sound like prophecy. Not an argument, not an ornament, a fact. I'm tired of being an argument, I said. Then let me dress the conclusion, he said, and somehow I liked him for it. Tasha arrived mid-pin, to toss me a pair of flats with ankle straps that promised not to betray me when physics remembered I was human. These, she said, and this, and handed me a small clutch that looked incapable of carrying anything useful, and yet hid a phone, a lockpick, and a tray for a blade. You're arming me, I said, throat tight. I am unarming anyone who thinks a dress disarms you, she said. When the house got quiet again, I took a shower too long for someone who claims not to be impressed, and let the steam draw all my better lies on the mirror. I pinned my hair with the care of a woman leaving the house with everything in place except the one thing she refuses to admit she wants. The dress was a column that pretended not to be armor. The flats made promises. The mirror returned a woman I'm not sure I've ever been. Less bartender, more blade. It was indecent, the way competence can be when you've only ever worn survival. In the hall, Darius waited with his jacket on one finger and a gaze I wanted to hide in and fight. The suit was the same charcoal that seems to be his blood type. The tie was abandoned on the counter, a casualty. He looked like a man who could tilt a city by leaning against a rail. His eyes moved over me, clinical first, then alive. Good, he said, and it wasn't an insult or a claim or a salvation, just a gavel. You look like a fact. Try not to look surprised, I said. Noted, he said, offering his arm. I didn't take it. He didn't flinch. We negotiated in millimeters and glances. We walked out into a late afternoon that had chosen to be clean and was lying about it. The gallery wore money with its shoes off. White walls, black suits, gold liquid in clear glasses. The art was safe. Things held expensive. A woman's back in oil. A field that has never been walked. A sculpture that made me think of a ribcage and a promise. Cameras in corners. Eyes where cameras weren't allowed. The air smelled like plaster dust squared and perfume priced by the syllable. Left, Darius said, and became an axis. People turned in the way crowds do when gravity enters the room. Smiles went up like umbrellas in a light rain. I stood on his left as instructed, and pretended to be bored because rage reads sloppier in photographs. A blonde in emerald approached with a glass like a medal. Her hair was the gold that costs more than honesty. Her mouth asked to kiss the air near Darius's cheek, and then decided she deserved better. You brought someone, she said. The times someone, times doing the work of 3 insults. A guest, Darius said, toneless. A partner. Oh, she said, because oh is the most elegant of words. We're elevating personnel now? How modern. Some modernities are overdue, he said. Her eyes slid to me. And you are? Uninterested, I said, and let my smile touch teeth. She laughed. It wasn't unkind. Delicious, she said, and vanished into the crowd, like a rumor that discovered it was a fact. Friends? I asked. Investors, he said. Worse, I said. We moved. He placed me in conversations the way one places a card in a deck you intend to win with. I shook hands and saved names, and let my face do the work of being unbothered. Men tried to decide if I was a decoration or a test. Women tried to decide if I was competition or a mirror. I refused to be either, and the refusal confused everyone, including me. We paused by a sculpture that looked like a spine, remembering a dance. Darius's mouth tilted. You're doing well, he said. I'm not choking, I said. It's a start. Don't, he said, eyes warm for exactly 1 second. You're not here to survive. You're here to make them recalculate. A bell pinged. The auctioneer climbed a dais and began the religion. Numbers stood. Paddles lifted. A painting sold for the price of 3 apartments. I felt my stomach attempt to revolt and told it to behave. Then I felt it. The subtle shift of air when a room decides to test itself. Darius's spine tightened a fraction. His eyes cut to the door without his head moving. I followed the line. Kolya Sidorov, neck like a problem, moved through the crowd in a suit that fit like punishment. He caught sight of us, smiled with his mouth only, and altered course. Do we leave? I murmured. No, Darius said. We teach. Kolya stopped at a polite distance and did not offer his hand because the last time he had extended it, Darius had returned it disappointed. Nice party, he said, as if the word nice could bleed. Do you see something you like? Darius asked, unsweet. Kolya's gaze found me. He let it take a tour. He didn't touch. Many things, he said. The sculpture. The wine. The fiction. Careful, Darius said, and the word held a wire. Kolya flicked me a grin that wanted to be a wink. You wear the dress, he said. Like a blade. Maybe it's a blade, I said. Maybe you should stand back, he laughed. I like her, he told Darius. Don't, Darius said. Come now. Kolya made a show of putting his hands up. I'm only paying my respects to the lady who signs so beautifully. The sentence made something behind my ribs snarl. Darius didn't blink. Go drink, he said. And tell your boss the East Pier is off limits for the season. Kolya's smile sharpened. Season's long, he said. My patience isn't. Darius said. 2 men nearby pretended to admire a painting of a boat that had never seen water. Their ears strained without moving. Kolya thought about theatrics. He chose survival. Enjoy your art, he said. Enjoy your outcomes. He left. You wanted to hit him, he said. I wanted to rearrange his face, I said. Is this where you say I'm not ready? No, he said. This is where I say it would have been satisfying and stupid. Both are my strengths, I said. I'm aware, he said, and the ghost of a smile crossed his mouth and made me want to do reckless things with my name. We paid for a photograph with our eyes. That's how it felt when the room's attention shifted toward us and didn't pretend otherwise. I was struck by the weird intimacy of being watched with a man who knows how to turn attention into currency. He moved an inch closer. Not touching. Just a recalibration of the space we occupied. The camera loved it. I pretended to hate it. I didn't have to pretend much. Smile, he said. Not a command. An experiment. No, I said. Good, he said, and faced forward, and the flash caught a pair that looked like a contradiction you want to buy. We left before the donors became drunk enough to be honest. The car was warm. The city had cooled into its blue. My shoulders dropped when the gallery block gave way to a stretch of river that lifted my lungs without permission. It will get easier, he said. Being bait? I asked. Being believed on your terms, he said. I turned to the window so he wouldn't get to see my face do expensive things. Tomorrow, he said after a minute. We do something less theatrical. Contracts, schedules. I'll introduce you to Mara. She runs what I pretend to run, I thought you run everything, I said. I run everything I can afford to control, he said. The rest I delegate to women who are better at telling me I'm wrong. How progressive, I said. How efficient, he corrected. At a red light, he reached for my hand without looking. He didn't take it. He placed something in it. Cool metal. Weight as polite as paper. A key on a ring. Matte black. Second exit, he said. If I fail you, if the house fails you, if you decide you don't like my face, use it. It opens the door on the 3rd floor. Down the stair. Left at the red paint. Out to the alley. I'm the last thing standing between your brother and mathematics. If I fall, you run. I rolled the key against my palm until it warmed. This contradicts Rule 5, I said. I break rules when it saves lives, he said. Remember that. I will, I said, and meant it more than I should. He didn't look at me. I don't want you to owe me, he said. Not for this. Not for anything that feels like mercy. I don't, I said. Good, he said. We arrived to a house that had learned our shapes. The door peeled open for the code like a pet. Inside, the lemon, the quiet, the panels patient green. Rowan greeted us from the top of the stairs with the theatrical scorn of a boy who has been promised civilization and given geometry. Was it boring? Yes, I said. No, Darius said at the same time. Rowan grinned. Did you bring food? Yes, Darius said, and tossed him a white paper bag like a covenant. Fries. Don't tell your sister. Too late, I said. We ate contraband fries at the island and let salt do the work of communion. Tasha texted a photo of Kolya outside the gallery, smoking a cigarette he wasn't enjoying. Asterisk. He wanted to be seen. He was. You did well. Asterisk. I typed back times. I wanted to kick him into a painting. Asterisk. She replied with 3 knife emojis and a thumbs up, which is her version of affection. Rowan talked about a sensor array like it was an epic poem. The kitchen learned his voice and decided to keep it. Darius listened with an attention that would have read as calculation in a lesser man and read as respect in him. It was the first time I wanted to put my head down on the counter and sleep like a child at a holiday. After the plates made their tiny porcelain sighs and the house's pipes decided to hum, Darius walked me to the base of the stairs like I might forget where up is. Tomorrow, he said low. Tomorrow, he echoed. He didn't touch me. I didn't touch him. The space between our bodies buzzed like a machine left on. I climbed. Halfway, I turned and caught him watching. He didn't look away. It didn't feel like possession. It felt like a question neither of us was ready to ask. In my room, I unsheathed myself from the dress and stood in the bathroom light in a cheap tank top and old underwear and a body I'm still learning to forgive. The mirror made me a stranger again, then gave me back. I pressed the key he'd given me against the glass until it left a kiss of cold. My phone buzzed. A new number. Asterisk. The fiction looks good on you. Asterisk. No name. The sentence hung in the room like smoke. I considered sending Darius a screenshot. I considered letting him take it, make a war, call it protection. I texted Tasha instead. Asterisk. Creep says the dress fits. Asterisk. Her reply was immediate. Asterisk cameras? Angles? Asterisk. Asterisk. Probably the gallery. Or the street. Asterisk. Asterisk. Send number. Asterisk, I did. Asterisk. Block it. Asterisk, she wrote. Asterisk. Then sleep with the key by the bed. And a glass of water. And your fear let it sit in a chair, not in your throat. Asterisk. I turned the phone off. I set the key on the nightstand. I poured the water. I put my fear in the chair by the window and let it cross its legs and tap a foot and mutter. I got into bed and told my body it could rest while other people took the night shift. Sometime after midnight, the house changed posture. A sixth sense shift. A shadow's breath. Not danger exactly. Attention. I sat up. A hallway board spoke third from the top. I'd learned it by accident. A knock. 2 knuckles. Polite. Come in, I said. Before my brain could decide whether I meant it, Darius paused in the doorway. The way men don't. Usually, because they think doors are for other people. He had changed into something that looked like sleep and wasn't. Barefoot. Sleeves loose. Mouth open a fraction as if he had been about to say my name, and decided the room didn't need it. Sorry, he said, which is a word I wasn't used to hearing in his mouth. I wanted to tell you in person. We had a drive-by near the school after hours. No injuries. No names. It was the kind of message men send when they want to see who blinks. My spine yanked my shoulders straight. Rowan is asleep, he said. You're safe. I'm informing you because I promised. We've adjusted the route. The driver now has a friend. Koya? I asked. Not his style, Darius said. Small fish trying to eat the crumbs. I nodded, because my throat had decided to be a fist. Thank you, I said, and the words were strange and not untrue. He didn't leave. He stepped inside 2 inches, enough to feel like a climate change. He looked at the key on my nightstand. He looked at my bare feet on the rug. He looked at my fear, which, to his credit, he did not try to banish or bargain with. There's something else, he said, and the softness vanished, replaced by whatever he wears when he moves pieces and makes men apologize to their bones. Tomorrow, the Port Authority will decertify an East Pier relay. It will look like bureaucracy. It will be my fault. Dimitri will be offended. You will be tempted to enjoy it. I will enjoy it, I said. Good, he said. But remember, the river holds receipts. It doesn't give out medals. He moved to leave. I surprised myself by speaking. Stay, I said, and then wanted to bite the word in half. Just, I waved a hand uselessly. Another minute. So the fear in the chair knows it's being supervised. He did something I'd never seen him do before. He leaned against the doorframe like a man in a cheap apartment on a Tuesday. He crossed his arms and tilted his head back, and closed his eyes for exactly 1 breath, the kind of breath you take when you want to be alone and can't afford it. 1 minute, he said. We sat in the kind of silence that doesn't perform. My heartbeat climbed down from the shelf. The house remembered it was a house. Outside, a siren decided to be somewhere else. Thank you, I said again, because for once the word did not feel like a tax. He opened his eyes. You gave me a rule, he said. Tell you the truth fast. I'm trying. You're doing okay, I said. He almost laughed. High praise. Don't get used to it, I said. I won't, he said, and straightened. At the threshold he paused. "You're not a pawn," he said quietly. "Not in any room I walk into." The sentence shouldn't have mattered. It did. It landed like a hand on a fracture, warm and steady. "Good night," I said, and kept my voice from breaking. He left. The house exhaled. My fear in the chair looked at me as if to say, "Times you are an idiot times, and also times this might work." Asterisk. I turned on my side and faced the key and the water and the phone upside down so it couldn't speak. I slept, not because danger had decided to love me, but because I had given it a curfew. Morning-made coffee tastes like victory. Rowan lurched into the kitchen with his hair choosing new physics and his hoodie committing a misdemeanor. He poured cereal in a way that made the box a witness. "Did you hear?" he asked around a spoon. "Some idiots did donuts near the school. Mr. Brown said it looked like a TikTok filmed by a chicken." "Drivers," Darius said, "are allergic to chickens." He handed me a small stack of papers that smelled like lawyers. "Today is contracts. Tomorrow is strategy. Tonight is sleep." "Ambitious," I said. He looked right at me, and for a second let me see the weight he carries like it belongs to him. "We make it ambitious," he said. Tasha knocked the table with her knuckles. 2 taps, a private hello. "Training," she said, and flicked me a pair of mitts. Hands. We went back to the room that used to be a library. I put my hands where she told me. I put my feet where my fear wanted to go. I moved when she said move, and stopped when she said stop. And in between, I made a map inside my body that wasn't a contract and wasn't a bruise. It was a route. "Again," she said. "Again," I said. We drilled until the lemon in the air gave up and let us add salt. We drilled until the edges of my vision stopped trying to go dark. We drilled until the part of me that had signed in blood understood that this was how the ink would get its interest. At noon, Mara found me at the sink, washing a glass like it had been a sin. She was slim and exact and carried 3 calendars in her gaze. "You're Arya," she said, no question. "I'm the woman who will keep him honest. I like you already," I said. "You won't for long," she said, cheerful. "I say no to everyone, including you." "Good," I said. "Someone should." "2 things," she said, dropping a folder at my elbow. "First, your working schedule. Second, a list of people who will try to talk to you and why they're not allowed to." I flipped it open. Names like knives, names like mirrors, names like doors I didn't intend to walk through. "And if I do talk to them?" I asked, "because testing walls is a sport." "Then you tell me," she said. "And he forgives you once." "I already used my once," I said. She smiled. "No," she said. "He cheated. That wasn't your once. Don't let him hear you say that," I said. "I intend for him to hear it," she said, and sailed out, leaving the house smelling faintly of capability. The afternoon sloped toward evening. The river changed clothes. The key on my nightstand waited. The fear in the chair crossed its legs the other way. I stood at the window and watched the city choose its next mood. Darius stood beside me without touching, and made the room smaller in a way that felt like security and a threat. "Ready?" he asked. "No," I said. "Good," he said. "Ready people get slow." He offered his arm. I took it this time, not because the cameras demanded it, but because I had decided that this was a minute I could afford to be carried by a ritual. He glanced down at the contact, then up at my face, and something there that had been clenched since last night loosed a fraction. "In public," he said, "we are an inevitability. In private, we are in negotiation. In kitchens, I said. We tell the truth fast. And on stairwells, he said, mouth tipping. We behave. No promises, I said, and he laughed quietly, like a man who has been offered a kind of life he doesn't trust yet. We walked down the hall. The house learned what that sounded like. The city braced. The river prepared its receipts. And somewhere, in a room obsessed with ledgers and math, a man with a neck like a punishment slid a pawn forward and called it a queen. I was done being anyone's pawn. I was learning where the knives hide in dresses and what keys feel like when they warm in your palm. I had a boy who believes in lines, and a man who believes in outcomes, and a body that was getting good at choosing. The rules we hate are the ones that save us until we're strong enough to rewrite them. Tonight, I would learn whether I was ready to write. Number Blood Contract. Chapter 3. Paper Knives. Morning arrived with a taste like copper and citrus blood memory and lemon cleaner. The house stretched, the panel blinked its patient green, and the city fitted its teeth for the day. I woke to the key on my nightstand, and the chair where my fear had slept obediently, legs crossed, mouth shut. Training bruises had ripened overnight. I counted them like a miser counts coins, and decided to invest. 3 along the forearm, 1 on my hip, a faint necklace at my throat, where Tasha's forearm had shown me where breath goes to hide. Down the hall, Rowan humming. In the kitchen, the indecently confident French press. At the island, Darius with a stack of paper that looked like it had been harvested from a forest and trained to obey. Contracts? I asked, pulling a mug toward my pulse like a prescription. Paper knives, he said. Ports. Permits. The relay the city will discover is out of compliance by 10 o'clock. His tone wrapped a bow around the word discover. You filed the blade under bureaucracy, I said. I find men rarely look for knives in files, he said. He handed me the top page, a tidy letterhead belonging to the Port Authority. Beneath, phrases that had learned to frighten men with docks times immediate decertification pending remediation. Electrical safety variance expired. Automatic relay requires audit. Asterisk. Underlined in the softest possible ink. Asterisk. Asterisk. Pier E. Asterisk. Asterisk. Dimitri's artery, I said. His favorite, Darius said. He pretends it's a vein. I prefer accuracy. He slid a second sheet. Numbers. Schedules. A maintenance plan with a small, beautifully hidden absence. The relay box we'd looked at yesterday wasn't there. An empty cart slot in a grocery store no one noticed until the thing they wanted wasn't on the shelf. You cooked this, I said. I adjusted the seasoning, he said. I wanted to laugh. I swallowed instead. What happens at 10? A man from the city with a clipboard will stop pretending he isn't afraid of his own shoes, Darius said. He'll point. He'll sigh. He'll say some words about liability. He'll walk away quickly and call his supervisor to ask whether his pension is still real. And then Dimitri? We'll send Kolya to look for a scapegoat, Darius said. He glanced at me. He won't find one. Because you've hidden them, or because you've eaten them? I asked. Yes, he said, and his mouth did that tiny, uncooperative warming I was starting to crave. Rowan slouched in, hoodie attempting new crimes, hair attempting physics. He smelled like toothpaste and a boyhood that refuses to be extorted by fear. Good morning. Expensive people, he said. I'm the only expensive person here. Darius said mildly. You're priceless. Rowan blinked, recalibrated, and tried not to grin. That was slick. Don't encourage him, I said. Too late, Rowan said, and demolished toast like a boy building a future with crumbs. We ate fast. The driver Anton today, quiet, kind eyes, a scar like a common near his temple, took Rowan by the front route, while a second car floated a block behind. I watched the cameras on Darius's tablet. The way the convoy didn't look like a convoy if you didn't know how to count. When the door fell calm behind them, the house changed gears. We were down to the engine and the road. Appointments, Mara said, appearing with a folder and a coffee that tasted like respect. Lawyer at 9:30, port at 10:15, debrief at noon. Lunch at 12:30 if nobody bleeds. I'd schedule the bleeding for later. I have a call at 1. Efficient, I said. I'm meaner after 2, she said, as if I should take notes. Darius looked at me, then the clock. If you hate the contract language, say so, he said. It's written to protect us both, which means it will offend you equally. I like equal opportunity offense, I said. He studied me, not unkindly. He'll try to talk to you, he said. The lawyer. You. Singular. He'll test boundaries by pretending to break mine. Don't be charmed. I'm uncharmable, I said. You're extremely charmable, he said. You merely charge more than most men can afford. Stop saying nice things to me in a tone that sounds like weather, I said. He smiled properly for the first time that morning, and if the house had had a camera aimed at my ribs, it would have caught the way my breath failed at its job. The lawyer looked like linen taught to wear bones. Gray suit that believed in itself. Blue tie that had been ironed by someone with a degree. Eyes that had seen worse contracts than mine, and left with all their letters intact. Miss Tran, he said, as if greeting a peer at a conference where everyone's name tag also included the number of people they'd successfully sued. Anthony, Darius said. Mr. Hale, Anthony said, and gave him the small nod. Men who like winning give other men who like winning. He turned back to me. May I? He lifted the folder, as if asking permission to speak to paper. You may, I said. We sat at the end of the island, like a family negotiating. Who gets which side of the dining table? Anthony flipped. Explained clauses with the calm of anesthesia. Indemnification, non-disclosure, no ownership obituary firmly in place at term's end. There was a paragraph I'd noticed on first read, ambiguous enough to be a trap, flexible enough to be a parachute, public representation of relationship status for purposes of deterrent optics. In English, I said. In English, Anthony said. You will stand where he asks you to stand, call him what he asks you to call him in public, and allow cameras to photograph believable chemistry. And in private? I asked. In private, he said. You write your own verbs. Good, I said. We reached the blood page. Anthony's mouth tilted soberly. Symbol, he said. Enforceable, only insofar as it encodes intent. A judge would frown. A priest would approve. I don't want either of them in my kitchen, I said. You won't get them, he said. He glanced at Darius. We've included an exit route for her, he said. A key. A clause. A budget. If you break it, she still leaves. I won't break it, Darius said. You intend not to. Anthony said, too crisp for flattery. He turned a few pages, tapped a line with the kind of finger that owns pens. This, he said to me, you should be aware. If you decide to organize your exit early, you must warn us 24 hours in advance, unless a credible threat has manifested, in which case you use the key and run and ignore this clause, and I will argue elegantly with anyone who claims otherwise. You wrote it, I said. Why warn me? Because I respect clever women who are trying not to die, he said, and this time the tone wasn't weather. It was human. I met his gaze. Thank you, I said. He nodded. I charge extra for decency, he said, deadpan. And Darius made a noise that might have been a laugh and might have been a note of warning. Anthony didn't look at him. Now, sign where you mean it. Don't sign where you don't. I initialed the parts that didn't offend me more than survival already did. I wrote my name where it belonged and didn't belong. When it was done, Anthony stacked the papers like a dealer with a better deck. Welcome, he said, and stood, and was gone with the efficiency of a man who keeps his soul rolled in a drawer for days that need it. I let out a breath I hadn't admitted I was holding. Darius hadn't moved. He watched my face like a man trying not to paint it. You're pale, he said. I'm practical, I said. It's not the same thing. He pushed a glass of water toward me. Port? He asked. Let's go watch bureaucracy remember it has teeth, I said. The docks wore the morning like a bruise. Forklifts beeped like apologetic trucks. Gulls looked offended by the idea of work. The wind had found a way to smell like both salt and diesel, which is what money smells like when it has decided to be honest. We stood where we didn't belong and made space by not pretending otherwise. Darius in his charcoal that tricked the air into stepping back. Me in flats and a black blazer Tasha had adjusted to be more weapon than cloth. 2 city men huddled near a control box, one with a clipboard, one with a tablet, both with the sallow look of people who care deeply about the right boxes and are sick of everyone who doesn't. Mr. Hale, Clipboard said, when he finally decided his pension would approve. We have concerns. Let me hear your concerns, Darius said, polite enough to be terrifying. Tablet cleared his throat. The relay's inspection tag hasn't been updated since the variance expired. There's evidence someone altered the casing. The pump control doesn't match the city wiring diagram. We have to decertify until the audit's complete. Then decertify, Darius said. Clipboard blinked. He had expected argument. Protest. Rage. Instead, he got permission. We have to file, he said. You have to file, Darius agreed. File beautifully. Clipboard found a smile that had dust on it. Your cooperation is refreshing. I like rules, Darius said. And the lie was so elegant it graduated. Kolya arrived on the wind of someone else's curse. He wore a cheap wool coat made expensive by the body inside it. 2 men shadowed him like parentheses. He assessed, chose a target, and chose poorly. You, he said to me. You did this. I file my nails, not inspections, I said. He grinned. Cute. Darius stepped a degree closer, which is what gravity does when something threatens the orbit. Don't flirt with what you can't afford, he told Kolya. Who said anything about flirting? Kolya said cheerfully. I'm educating. Clipboard coughed. Gentlemen, he said, without committing to the noun. File your form, Darius said. We will, Tablet murmured, tapping his screen like he could escape through it. Kolya leaned, not enough to trigger Tasha's shadow, which I could feel somewhere to my left like a promise. You think this hurts us, he said. We move water other ways. We move money other ways. We move girls. Darius's look turned surgical. Finish that sentence, he said quietly. Kolya didn't. He smiled instead. You think I speak without thinking, he said. I am not Calder. The name hit the dock like a dropped wrench. I felt my jaw go tight. Calder, the man who had performed a trap with glass and gravity, and then texted asterisk asterisk. I swim asterisk asterisk, like a prayer to a river that wasn't listening. I think you speak to be seen, Darius said. And now we've seen you. You can go. Kolya's smile went a degree meaner. You took a girl and made her a rumor, he said, almost admiring. Smart. His gaze drifted to my hand. The ring I wasn't wearing. The posture I was. But rumors don't stop water. Only walls do. Then build better walls, I said. We will, he said. And then we will host a party and put you on the guest list. Make sure the canapés are sharp, I said. I like my hors d'oeuvres to double as weapons. He laughed properly at that, a bark that acknowledged the sport. We'll bring knives, he said. You bring flats. He left. Clipboard exhaled like a balloon that had been swearing silently. So, we decertify, he said again, and stamped a box with a vigor that almost made me respect him. Thank you, Darius said, and shook his hand. It was the handshake of a man who has learned to turn gratitude into a receipt. As the city men retreated to the safety of their Prius, the wind picked up, flattening my blazer against my ribs. Darius looked at the water, not like a poet, like a man measuring. Now what? I asked. Now we wait for the phone to ring, he said, and for Dmitri to decide whether he prefers rage or negotiation. Which will he pick? I asked. Tasha, Darius said, without looking. She ghosted into the corner of my sight like a trick of decent eyesight. Rage in public, she said. Negotiation in private. He'll send flowers to a councilman and knives to a cousin. He'll be here at 4. Here? I said. Where else does an offended River King perform offense? She said. We didn't go home. We went sideways. A warehouse office 2 blocks from the pier. A glass that pretended to be clean. A table with the kind of metal legs you can handcuff a man to if the afternoon goes badly. Mara had turned it into a war room by the time we arrived. Maps of the river. A stack of invoices. A pot of coffee that could strip paint. Public statements queued, she said, not looking up from her screen. Port Authority thanked. Safety fetishized. Everyone reminded that we love regulation when it protects families. I adore your mean streak, I said. It keeps the house warm, she said. Darius dropped into a chair and scrubbed a hand over his jaw. It was the most undisciplined gesture I'd seen him make. For a second, it made him younger. It also made something soft under my sternum. Sit up and beg. Hungry? He asked. Starving, I said. He tossed me a protein bar that tasted like compressed sawdust and duty. I ate it because the afternoon didn't care about my palate. 4? I asked. Checking the watch Tasha had issued me, and my skin had already learned to forgive. Kolya first, Darius said. He'll pretend he can wink this away. Then Dmitri, in a shirt he thinks communicates calm. Then a third party will pretend to be surprised by. The third party? I said. Council liaison, Mara said. Wants to be governor someday. Likes the sound of his own conscience. And our role? I asked. Staging, Darius said. We let them talk. We give them a door marked asterisk, exit asterisk, and a second door marked asterisk, trap asterisk, and see which one they choose. Which do we want? I asked, even though I knew. We want the trap, he said softly. But we'll smile at either. The hours leading to 4 o'clock were a study in hydration and restraint. Tasha took me through a side room with chalk lines on the floor, where she made my feet learn geometry. Mara slid folders across the table like ammunition. Anton tuned the comms and showed me how to read a camera's body language, tiny shifts in focus that give away which face the lens loves, which corner the watcher expects danger from. This is ridiculous, I said at one point, because repetition breeds honesty. It is, Darius said, sipping coffee like a penitent. So is weather. We dress for both. At 3:52, Kolya appeared in the street camera, like a sermon no one asked for. He walked like a man who'd explained violence to people who didn't need it. Explained and wanted to do it again anyway. He didn't knock. He pushed the door open because he wanted to be scolded for it. You're late, Mara said, without looking up. I'm interesting, Kolya said, without dignity. He took the chair across from Darius and did not sit. It was a small dominance game. Darius refused to play, which is how you win. The city, Kolya said, spread a hand like cards, has made a mistake. The city has corrected a mistake, Darius said. We're applauding. Kolya looked at me. You applaud? He asked. I don't clap on command. I said. Shame, he said. You look good doing it. He changed targets before my retort could finish loading. Dmitri would like his peer back. He can have it, Darius said. When it isn't a hazard. Kolya smiled with sincerity and failed. Hazards keep us interesting, he said. He suggests a private conversation to uninteresting the day. 4, Darius said, glancing at the clock. With him. Not you. Kolya considered asking for a chair. He decided to leave instead, which is a chair's cousin. He will be angrier than I am, he said. Impossible. Mara murmured. Kolya left with an attempt at slamming the door that the soft close hardware refused. I loved the door for that. 4 o'clock arrived, wearing a cologne that wanted to be evergreen and wealth. Dmitri entered in a pale shirt that had done time in a magazine, and a jacket so soft, I felt sorry for the animal that used to be inside it. He brought 1 man with him, not 2, a statement in subtraction. Mr. Hale, he said, as if greeting an acquaintance at a rehearsal dinner. His eyes slid to me, and the softness hardened by half. You bring your partner. Darius confirmed. Dmitri tilted his head, considering me like a new kind of glass. I like her stance, he said. She stands like a small man with a big knife. I stand like a woman with a key, I said. He laughed. It was beautiful. I hated that. You have made my day difficult, he told Darius, turning his gaze back where the game pretended it belonged. My men are idle. Idle men ask questions. Idle boats rust. It's a safety issue, Darius said. So reasonable one could teach a child the word times gaslight times with it. Dimitri's eyes cooled. This is a reach issue, he said. Yours is longer today. Tomorrow we see whose hand cramps first. Or, Darius said, we decide to share a river without drowning people as a hobby. Dimitri's smile thinned. You've grown boring, he said. Age, perhaps. Wounds, Darius said, and women who expect us to do better. Ah, Dmitri said softly, regarding me again. The reformer. I prefer receipts, I said. His gaze fell to the folder Mara had placed on the table with the indifference of a lawyer. He tapped it with a single finger. What is this? Evidence, Mara said, bored. Of nothing you want to read. He didn't open it. Men like him rarely do. He watched Darius instead. Give me a date, he said. 4 weeks, Darius said. You'll have certification back then. The relay will be proper. The wiring will be what the city thinks wiring should be. No boats sink. No men get electrocuted. No mothers cry. You make me sound like a villain, Dmitri said, amused. You are, I said. He considered me with that curious, almost kind expression again, like a scientist and a priest. Does he pay you to be brave? He asked. Or is it a hobby? He pays me to tell the truth fast, I said. Bravery is the tip. That laugh again. Honest. And awful. 4 weeks, he repeated, tasting the number. I accept. On one condition. Darius didn't blink. No conditions, he said. 3 days in those 4 weeks, Dmitri said, as if he hadn't heard. There is rain. If there is lightning, the pier must open to shelter my men. Safety is the pretense here, yes? Let us use it. Darius looked at me without moving his head. It was a small, private thing, and it made heat pool low in my stomach in ways I did not have time for. Done, he said. Excellent, Dmitri said, and offered his hand like an old-fashioned sin. Darius shook it, because sometimes you kiss the ring so you can cut the finger later. Dmitri left. His shadow stayed behind long enough to find a corner and pretend to admire the metal legs of the table. Who's the third? I asked, when the door had swallowed him. 2 minutes? Mara said, eyes on her screen. He's rehearsing his dramatic entrance in the parking lot. He was. He arrived with a binder and a haircut, selected by a woman who wanted him to be governor, and a face that could sell charity. Mr. Hale, he said, and extended his hand like the camera was watching. A quick word. Not on the record. Everything is on the record, Darius said, shaking it. Of course, the liaison said smoothly. Pier closures make the papers jitter. If we can phrase this as community guardianship, he trailed. Safety fetishized. Mara muttered at her keyboard. We're aligned, Darius said. Issue your press release. Use Times Proactive. Asterisk people like that one. The liaison sighed with relief, confessed his soul to his binder twice, and left. The door sighed too, as if embarrassed on his behalf. Silence like a medal. Tasha leaned in the doorway, unreadable. Mara finally looked up from the glow and allowed herself a smile that looked like a cat, stretching after the mouse has given up. That was tidy, I said. Temporarily, Darius said. 4 weeks is 4 lifetimes in our world. And the rain? I asked. We'll get wet, he said, and we'll watch. I leaned back in the chair and let the afternoon pour out of my joints. I need to not be in this room for 20 minutes, I said, honest enough to risk insult. Good, Darius said. Come, walk. We left the warehouse through a side door that smelled like fish and old ambition. The river wore gray with dignity. We stood on a stub of dock that pretended to have purpose. The wind tried to take my hair and Darius's composure. It failed at both. I keep thinking there's going to be a moment, I said, staring at the water. Like a switch, from fear to fine. But even safety is just work. Yes, he said, and I heard bone in it. Work and receipts. Did you ever think you'd get old? I asked. Like actually old? On a porch? With a person who calls you by your name and not your effect? He was quiet, a long beat. No, he said. I thought I'd get bigger, then smaller, then gone. Old never fit. Try it on, I said, and it surprised us both, the softness, the offer. He didn't turn his head. With you, don't make it a performance, I said, annoyed at how fast he could turn honest questions into romance. Just try it, he breathed, like the wind had decided to behave for 1 second. I could, he said. The admission tugged something out of me that I didn't want to name. I turned. He did too. We were close enough to read the small print in each other's faces. The steel gray of his eyes was dirty with river light. The muscle at his jaw ticked once like a metronome, learning a new song. I keep wanting to, he began, then stopped. Touch me? I supplied, because my mouth refuses to let silences get the last word. Yes, he said, and keep not doing it because I like breathing. You can, I said, and the word surprised my ribs. He reached. Not for my mouth. For my wrist. The one with the healing crescent. At the base of the thumb, his fingers closed around it the way a door closes correctly clean, certain, the click soft so as not to wake anyone. He didn't squeeze. He didn't claim. He anchored. The wind quieted in my head. The river forgot, briefly, to insist on gravity. My pulse did its job and did not embarrass me. Okay, I said, and the okay was for both of us. He let go first, because restraint is his religion, and I had given him permission to worship. Dinner, he said, like a man who hadn't just meditated on my bones. Food, I said, because I am not ready to say dinner like it implies a candle. We went back through the warehouse that had borrowed a soul for the afternoon and returned it dented but intact. Mara had arranged takeout containers, like a map of a country I wanted to emigrate to. Tasha had vanished into the air as usual. Anton watched the street feed with the affectionate hatred people reserve for roads. We ate quietly at the table with the metal legs. Noodles that burned properly. Dumplings that forgave your mouth for wanting more. Darius used chopsticks with competence. I filed that detail in the drawer labeled Times Unfairly Attractive Manners Times and locked it. My phone buzzed. A number I didn't recognize again. Asterisk. Asterisk. Like the dress. Like the act. Where can a man send flowers to such devotion? Asterisk. Asterisk. No emoji. The kind of punctuation that prefers knives. I lifted the screen. Darius looked up. His eyes changed color by a shade I could write a poem about, and never will. Show me, he said. I did. He didn't touch the phone. He memorized it with the speed of a machine that likes its work. Block, he said. He glanced at Anton. Pull it. Anton nodded once, already moving. Gallery camera net. Cell pings. Third-party sender. He'll be sorry he learned to type. I don't need war for every worm that crawls into my messages, I said, even though the part of me that wants to burn things purred. You don't get war, Darius said. You get peace. I get war. Share, I said. He looked at me, and the river poured into his gaze again, the part that never pretends it cares about your shoes. "I will," he said. "But not this kind. This kind is beneath you." "Nothing is beneath me," I said, to remind him and myself who I used to be. "Everything is beneath you," he said, and the statement should have tasted like pedestal. It tasted like respect. The rest of the meal happened to our mouths, while our heads considered strategies, and our bodies tried not to remember the way a wrist can be held like a promise. By the time the containers had been neatly murdered, the sun had decided to see other people. We drove back under a sky that had borrowed a bruise from the river. At the house, Rowan uncorked the front door with a grin that had forgotten fear for a whole hour. "Mr. Hale," he said, formal like a joke. "I made the robot do a figure 8. I love that for him," Darius said, deadpan. "For them?" Rowan corrected, mock-offended. "Pronouns are important. Forgive me," Darius said, and did it straight enough that I nearly kissed him ridiculous impulse, completely unwelcome. "Arya," Rowan said, tugging my sleeve. "Can he come to regionals?" "No pressure," I said, because my voice had learned to be careful around hope. "Yes," Darius said simply. "We'll sit where the camera will not see us and cheer like a respectable number of people." "You're weird," Rowan told him, delighted. "So I'm told," Darius said. Rowan went to bed making robot motor noises that would have driven a lesser man to homicide. Darius stood at the window in a spill of lamplight that made the kitchen look like a stage. The key glowed on my nightstand in my peripheral memory. The chair where Fear sat had put its feet up. "Today?" he said softly, looking not at me but at the glass. "You told the truth fast. You didn't faint. You made a river king choose humility in a shirt that didn't deserve it. If I were a man who gave out medals, you'd have one." "I don't pin things on dresses," I said. "I like my armor unperforated." "Noted," he said. He half-turned, a hesitation so rare in him it should have been catalogued. "May I—" He stopped, a man unused to permission. "Ask," I said. "Would you like to take a drive after Rowan sleeps?" He said. "No suits, no photographs. I know a road that doesn't belong to anyone." "Is it safe?" I asked. "No," he said. "It's ours." I should have said no. I should have gone to bed with the key and the glass of water and the rule that we behave on stairwells. I should have remembered times, public fiction times and times private negotiation times, and the clause that said times no hands without consent. Asterisk. I said, yes. And somewhere upstairs, my better angels rolled their eyes and went to get their shoes. We drove without a destination that a map would approve of. The city peeled away like a sticker. Asphalt turned to the kind of road that thinks about becoming country and then changes its mind. The moon took off its coat and pretended to be useful. Windows down. Wind soft. Quiet that wasn't empty. Only wide. "How did you learn not to blink?" I asked, because questions are the only way I know to keep a man from deciding what will happen next. "Practice," he said. "Someone taught you," I said. He smiled at the road. "A woman who judged me into a person," he said. "My grandmother. The one with the money. She made me read books I hated loud enough for the ghosts to hear. She slapped my face the first time I lied to her. She hired a piano teacher, and then fired him when he told me I had talent." He glanced over. "She said talent makes men lazy. She wanted me precise." "Did it work?" I asked. "I am a very precise disappointment," he said. And the roux there had a weight I wanted to take out of his pocket and hold for a while. "What did she want you to be?" I asked. Kind, he said. You're kind, I said, surprised at how much I believed it. I am careful, he said. It looks the same from far away. We pulled over at a point where the river widened into the idea of lake. He turned the engine off. Silence leapt on us like a happy dog. Come, he said, and I did, because consent is a beautiful thing when you get to give it. We stood at the water's edge. He wasn't the man from the car with contracts. He wasn't the man on the dock with decertification in his mouth. He was just a man who wanted something. I keep wanting to kiss you, he said, plain as bread. I keep wanting you to, I said, plain as water. He stepped close, not cornering, not caging, entering a space I had opened. His hand came up, slow, asking. I nodded once. He touched my face like he'd been taught that delicate things can break even when they pretend to be steel. His thumb brushed the edge of my lip the way you test a glass for cracks. Tell me to stop, he said. I will, I said. He kissed me. Not a claim. A question. He let me answer with my mouth and my hands, and the sound my throat makes when something I have not allowed myself to want touches what I have been guarding for years. He tasted like coffee and restraint, and the part of danger that feels like waking up. When he broke it, he didn't step back. He breathed me in like the river had allowed it, and he didn't want to be rude. Again, I said, because bravery looks like that sometimes. He laughed into my mouth and did as he was told. We kept it at moderate, my spine on the car door, his palm at my jaw, my fingers in his hair, nothing a Victorian chaperone could write an angry letter about. Everything my body had been stockpiling for a night like this. No hands where consent hadn't been written yet. No rush. Just the careful indecency of two people deciding the rules will bend for 20 minutes. When we stopped, my mouth felt ruined in a way that improved the rest of me. He rested his forehead against mine and let the quiet count. We behave on stairwells, he said eventually, voice ragged satin. We misbehave near water, I said. Seems fair, he said. We drove home with the windows down and our cheeks cooling. At the curb, he didn't try to walk me to my door the way men do when they want to stage a scene. He killed the engine and let the house discover us on its own time. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, I said, and his hand found mine briefly, not claiming, just marking a page he intended to return to. Inside, the panel's green winked at us like a conspirator. The lemon cleaner smelled smug. The chair where Fear sits looked offended it had missed the field trip. In my room, I set the key on the nightstand and put the glass of water beside it. I touched my lip and felt the heat there, and didn't apologize to a single ancestor. My phone buzzed. Tasha. You alive? Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk, I typed. Asterisk. Moderately. Asterisk. Asterisk. Good. Sleep. Tomorrow is stupid. Asterisk knife emoji. Heart emoji. The combination made me snort. I lay down. The house held me. Somewhere downriver, a man in a pale shirt was screaming at a relay. Somewhere uptown, a lawyer filed an elegant lie on our behalf. Somewhere across the hall, a boy dreamed in lines that curved correctly. I slept the way a person sleeps when the contract has stopped feeling like a noose and started feeling like a belt too tight, still necessary, capable of being loosened by the person wearing it. In the morning, I'd learn what times, stupid times, meant. For now, the river moved. The city forgot to bite. My mouth remembered a new word for yes. Number blood contract. Chapter 4. The stupid hour. Morning arrived with good manners and bad intentions. The lemon clean of the hall tried to apologize for what the day had planned. The panel blinked its polite green times yes asterisk. The French press did its arrogant best impression of comfort. I woke with a kiss still ghosting the edge of my mouth, and a key cooling the nightstand like a quiet threat. Text from Tasha waiting on my phone. Asterisk asterisk up in 20. Today is stupid. Eat. Asterisk asterisk. I ate because defiance without fuel is just a tantrum. Toast, eggs, coffee. Rowan lurched in, hoodie running afoul of several local ordinances. Eyes bright in that way that suggests sleep performed rather than accomplished. You're humming, he observed sideways. You're projecting, I said. You smell like wind, he said, and then took pity on me and changed the subject. Mr. Brown says we can test in the gym after lunch. If no one steals the cones again. Who steals cones? I asked. Men who don't deserve them, he said solemnly, and hoarded cereal. Darius came down in charcoal and restraint, the combination that kept getting me into trouble with myself. He looked at me for a second, like the night had returned to say hello. Then he set a folder on the island that smelled like lawyers and the river. And we remembered we were professionals who moonlighted as disasters. Schedule, he said. Contracts review. 10. Luncheon. 12. Walk. Through. 15 minutes before. The museum will be full of people whose favorite charity is themselves. And the stupid, I asked. The luncheon, he said with lack of drama. It's a good photo. Bad physics. Too many exits. Too many men who love fire alarms. Cancel it, I said. We can't, Mara said, appearing like a calendar in heels. Pulling would scream times afraid asterisk. Today we whisper times inevitable times and carry umbrellas. You're mixing metaphors, I told her. I'm mixing threats, she said. Bring flats. Rowan wiped his mouth with the back of his hand because 14. You'll text, he said, looking at me like I was the kind of ship people wave at as it leaves port. I will, I said. You'll not test fire alarms. I won't, he said, and we practiced trusting each other. By not saying times I love you times like a shield. Anton waited with the car. Door open. Eyes making the kind of calculations you can't buy in a store. He took Rowan first. We watched the convoy become a suggestion in the street mirrors. The house exhaled. Tasha arrived in black and bone. Shoes off. Pride off, she said, already walking to the room that used to be a library before it learned other verbs. We drilled. Hands, hips, feet. The bruise necklace at my throat voted on the morning. Tasha taught me a new piece of grammar. Heel to instep, hard enough to make a knee remember its mortgage. It's rude, she said. Be ruder. Today is stupid. I panted. Stupid doesn't mean unprepared, she said. It means times loud asterisk. Make your choices quiet. By 10, sweat had tattooed my spine and washed my thoughts until they shone. We switched to a walkthrough. Back hallways, stair counts, door waits. Tasha made me memorize the squeak on stair 3 like it was a password. You know this house now, she said. Make the museum work for you the same way. How? I asked. Find the doors. Befriend the cameras. Respect the sprinklers. Romance is dead, I said. Romance is expensive, she said. Don't pay retail. Darius intercepted me in the hall with a lapel pin and a look. "You can clip this," he said, offering the smallest square of matte metal. I turned it in my fingers. It was a camera, or a tracker, or both. "I'm leashed," I said. "You're mapped," he said, and clipped it to my blazer himself, with the kind of careful pressure that made my heart perform the opposite of a panic attack. "I'm not going to lose you in a room full of art. Art is safer than men," I said. "Not when men are the medium," he said. He adjusted the pin an unnecessary millimeter. His fingers grazed my collarbone. My breath performed an invoice. We pretended not to notice. The museum floated in a part of the city that pretends history is a moral choice. Stone steps. Columns. A banner with a donor's last name in a font that charges 1,000 per letter. Inside, white walls blushing under light, glass cases protecting objects that never asked to be stared at, a great hall that had seen weddings and wars and could not decide which it liked best. "Walk," Darius murmured. "Then we stand." We walked. We stood. He arranged me on his left. I arranged my face to be uninterested, which, paradoxically, interests people. The luncheon tried to be defensive. A dais, 6 tables, floral arrangements, selected by a woman whose grief had been given a budget. The food was polite. The silverware asked you to prove you were raised right. The guests did their rituals. Greeting gossip, glide. A councilman in a tie the color of a promise. A curator with hands that fluttered like endangered birds. 3 wives who wore their youth-like armor and smiled at me as if I might agree to join their side of the war. I smiled back as if I might. "Smile less," Darius murmured, mouth near my ear. "You're terrifying when you look pleased." "Noted," I murmured, and let my mouth return to its natural resting times. No asterisk. Halfway through a speech about community, the room shifted. Nothing visible. The air numbering itself. Tasha moved from shadow to shadow at the periphery. Mara's gaze flicked to a corner cam and back. Darius's shoulders made a micro-adjustment that read to me now like thunderclouds building. "Alarm in 3, he said, lips hardly moving. 2, 1. The alarm cried out like a child who has never been taught not to perform. Red bulbs spun under the balcony, the sprinklers considered. A haze canister hissed somewhere somebody had practiced. People rose with the choreographed confusion. Rich rooms get to perform. A host yelled times. No panic times in a voice you only learn after the 5th charity gala goes feral. "Exits," Tasha said in my ear. "North Hall is blocked. West Stair is clean. 90 seconds. 2 men in museum polos appeared at our table as if trained for just this. Their faces were union-grunted neutral. Their bodies were not. "Sir, ma'am, this way," one said. Hand open near my elbow in a way that invited and calculated. "Hands off," Darius said. Pleasant. He stood, and then I did. He moved like a tide that has considered all shores. The 2 men shifted to flank. Tasha's body cut their angle without introducing itself. The first one moved his hand again. I let my heel kiss his instep the way Tasha had taught me. He made a small, honest sound. "Oops," I said sweetly. The second tried speed instead of patience. He reached for my arm. He found my wrist. I let him have it for exactly the amount of time it takes to step, turn, drop, rise. My body did the new grammar. The man met the floor with a respect he hadn't planned to show me. His head thunked the way chalk marks the shape of a fall. Chaos gives cover. It also asks for truth. The room stopped pretending this was a drill. The alarm kept sobbing. The sprinklers decided to go off in another wing to keep things festive. People began to behave like themselves. "West," Tasha said. "Now." We moved. Darius's hand didn't touch me. It moved with me, like choreography. His presence is a physical thing even when he isn't. The hall swallowed us with a heat that didn't belong to fire, just bodies deciding to survive. A child cried near the door, piercing and sincere. A woman bent over him, panic raw. The exit plan wanted me to ignore them. My body is not good at math that pretends variable humans are constants. I feared. "Arya!" Darius snapped. Not as command, as prayer. 30 seconds, Tasha said. Not to stop me, to budget me. I dropped by the woman. The boy was 6, with enormous eyes and a Lego man clutched like faith. His shoelace had curled itself into an impossible knot. Panic fingers make bad sailors. "Hey," I said, mouth calm like a counter. "Ugly shoes. We'll fix them." The woman looked up, fear-bleeding gratitude. He tripped. He won't." Again, I said, hands working. "Breathe in. Look at me. Out." Again. She did. The boy did. My fingers remembered the knot from my childhood before we had money for Velcro. I swapped his lace through, tugged hard, double knotted like the world might try to untie us. "Go," I said, pushing them to the door. "Don't look back." They didn't. I did. Darius had moved to cover my deviation without moving me. He took the angle the downed guard would have occupied. He hadn't touched anyone, but men had decided not to touch him. "Now," he said, "we hit the west stair with the kind of rhythm you learn in drills and in clubs. Flight. Flight. Land. Turn. Hand to rail. Don't let your ankles unfriend you." The ground floor offered air like a coupon. We took it. Outside, the museum's lawn was performing civil panic. Sirens played arpeggios down the avenue. The driver had the car, door open, engine already guilty. We slid in. "Eyes?" Darius asked, the oddest question to be grateful for. "Clear," Tasha said. "North Cam caught Kolya." He smiled. He didn't touch. He counted. "He's doing math," Darius said. He looked at me. "And you saved a child because you hate math?" "My hate is targeted," I said, shaking, which is a thing bodies do when they've collected receipts. "Breathe," he said. "I am," I said, and found that I was. Mara texted a photo before adrenaline could finish colonizing my chest. Me at the table. Darius's head turned toward me. A whisper caught mid-sentence. Red hazard lights framing us like a coronation. Asterisk, asterisk. Headline already drafted. Under fire, under control. Press wants a quote. I want a nap. Asterisk, asterisk. Who pulled the alarm? I asked. Not our problem anymore, Mara typed back. City suspects faulty wiring, which is my favorite phrase. We made for the safe house, because pretending to continue about our day would have been a performance neither of us was paid for. In the kitchen, the French press went on like a ritual. Safe sounds. Darius stood at the window until his shoulders remembered gravity shouldn't own them. Tasha sat at the island and dismantled a protein bar with the seriousness of surgery. That was a snatch, she said finally. Polos were fake. Earpiece on the tall one. The heel will remind him you're not a doll. Who pays? I asked. Small fish, she said. Kolya smiled because he'd like credit he doesn't deserve. Third party? Darius asked. Calder? Mara said from the doorway. She didn't milk it. She just spoke the name like a diagnosis and set a phone on the counter. On the screen, a still frame from a museum, cam, grainy, blue-tinged bad angle. A red circle around my head, like a cheap saint. Below, 3 words. Asterisk, asterisk, I pay admission. Asterisk, asterisk. My throat went cold. He was inside, I said. He wanted you to know he was, Mara said. We sweep, Darius said. We're already sweeping, she said. Silence stacked itself between us. It wasn't empty. It was crowded. With alarms and shoelaces and the absence of hands where they didn't belong. Say it, I told Darius, because he had that look, the one that means he's building a cage to keep a bird from learning to fly. You don't deviate, he said, voice soft to keep it from hurting me. I deviated to save a boy, I said. I'd like to deviate again. I will move the world around your heart, he said. I cannot afford to lose it, because it wanted to tie a shoe. I know, I said quietly. But the world keeps making small people with terrible laces. I won't step over them. He pinched the bridge of his nose, masculine shorthand. For times I am going to live long enough to regret this conversation. Asterisk. We tighten, he said. Routes, rooms, tables, and we keep showing our faces because if we hide, the worms think they're wolves. Tasha tapped the counter. And we escalate, she said. You want him? Stop accepting invitations. Make one. Tomorrow, Darius said. We write one. Rowan's key scraped the front door. He spilled into the hall like a change of season. I saw the museum on my phone, he shouted, then realized he was in a house that performs quiet, and dropped his volume to Time's overexcited intern. Asterisk. Are you okay? I stepped on a man, I said. It was the best part of lunch. Wicked, he said reverently. He looked at Darius, searching for a performance and finding a person. You okay? Yes, Darius said, surprised by the question like it was a gift he didn't know how to unwrap. Thank you. Rowan nodded as if that settled something the rest of us take novels to resolve. He beelined for the island. Can I make grilled cheese? Yes, 3 adults said at once, which tells you more about the human heart than anything else. He cooked with the joyful precision of boys, who haven't been taught to fear spilling. Butter crackled. Bread browned. Cheese gave up. He fed us in a circle, and we ate like people who have been granted a second morning in the same day. Regionals practice? I asked. Mr. Brown says if we beat Weston by a second, he'll retire and give me his tie, Rowan said, cheerful treason. Do rich people come to robot practice? Only the best ones, Darius said, deadpan. Then you can come, Rowan said. And there it was again. The thing I couldn't buy and hadn't earned my brother. Inviting the man who may have signed the blueprint of our lives into his own daily holiness. Darius inclined his head. I will. After Rowan retreated to his lair to argue with wires and hope, the house relaxed the way rooms do when a boy's noise has baptized them. Darius closed his laptop. The light on his face flattened into evening. Rest, he said. Then we debrief properly. I'm too wired to rest, I said. Then come upstairs, he said too fast, and then his mouth realized the sentence had been imprecise. To the library, the room that used to be. There's something you should see. He doesn't stumble. It made me forgive whatever the thing was I was still angry at him about. The room that used to be a library had learned to be other things. Dojo, war room, classroom, but the bones remembered books. He had a box on the table, the size of a printer, and the weight of a secret. He opened it. Inside, brass, wood, a set of type blocks, the beautiful, fussy kind that used to make newspapers worth reading. My grandmother taught me to set type, he said. When I was 10, I thought it was punishment. She said it was penance. For what? I asked. For being born with my last name, he said. He placed an H, an A, an L, an E into the little metal bed. Hail. He inked them with a roller that smelled like ghosts. He pressed paper. He lifted it. Crisp. Black. Backwards whorls made legible by contact. He slid the sheet to me. Asterisk. Asterisk. Hail. Asterisk. Asterisk. It looks permanent, I said. It is the opposite, he said. It smudges. It can be ripped. It can be set on fire. People think type makes truth. It makes copies. You're thinking about the picture from the museum, I said. I'm thinking about the word times. Fiancé asterisk, he said, studying the blocks. Is this the part where you give me a ring to control the narrative? I asked. Mouth crueler when I'm afraid. No, he said, and his head came up. This is the part where I tell you they will say you're mine, and the paper knives will slice you until the bleed looks like a dress. I can control some of it. Not all. If the word must exist, I prefer you pay the least tax for it. What would that look like? I asked, because my courage likes a cost breakdown. We announce that you are exactly what you are, he said. Under my protection, under my rules, of your will, for a term, with a clause you wrote. You want to publish the contract? I said, astonished. I want to publish the idea of it, he said. The shape, the rumor that is actually a law. Let men who make a sport of guessing ask instead how to get one. It's vulgar, I said. Yes, he said. So is the world. I touched the inked sheet with too much care. Let me think, I said. You will, he said, without hurry. He reached to clean the roller. I reached for the rag. Our fingers brushed. The room inhaled. My mouth remembered the car door at the river, and the careful way he had asked to kiss me, and then asked again with his hands. Last night, I said, because running at the thing scares it more than creeping, was good. Yes, he said. The word was a kiss that had learned English. I don't do complicated, I said. You do impossible, he said. Complicated will feel like a vacation. I stepped into him because the day had chewed my edges, and I was tired of standing at walls pretending I didn't want doors. He met me halfway, his hands careful, always bracketed my waist. The kiss started like a question and went on like an answer. Moderate, I told myself. A rule we had invented together last night when the wind knew our names. We obeyed. His mouth learned mine like a map that rewards study. My hands found his shoulders and forgave them for carrying what they carry. No hands where a contract hasn't made grammar yet. No rush. Just the quiet insistence of yes in a house that had heard too many kinds of no. He broke away first, because restraint is how he prays. He rested his forehead against mine and counted, the way one counts after a hand grenade does not explode. Okay, he said. Okay, I said. and the word did a strange thing in my chest. It promised. It didn't trap. Maranok twice works code for times put your souls back on. There's a man at the door. Asterisk. Darius straightened. I wiped my mouth like a teenager and wanted to laugh at myself. What? Darius called. Courier, Mara said. Hand. Delivered. No return. He and I traded the kind of look that means times were about to be insulted by a piece of paper. Asterisk. We went downstairs together. The envelope was expensive in that way. Stationery gets when a person buys it with guilt money. Inside, a Polaroid. Old tech on purpose. Calder's handwriting on the back. Asterisk, asterisk. You left a door open. Asterisk, asterisk. The image. A hallway that I recognized only because I had walked it twice this morning counting boards. The house. Our house. The squeak step. The camera's point of view came from the ceiling corner wrong angle for our cams. Where? Darius said, voice quiet enough to set off alarms. Service channel, Mara said, already moving. Ghost vent. We sealed last month. Either it unsealed or someone paid a contractor to remember the old design. Lock down, Darius said. His phone vibrated. He looked. A text from an unlisted number that liked its anonymity a little too much. Asterisk, asterisk. Tell your fiancé to smile more. Asterisk, asterisk. A link to a gossip site that had already taken our museum photograph and married it to speculation with the kind of headline that bills by the exclamation point. Block, he said. To me. You okay? No, I said, because he'd asked me to tell the truth fast. But I will be, he nodded once. Tasha, on it, she said, grim delight in motion. If Calder breathes within 3 blocks of my knives, his lungs retire. The house changed posture. Panels blinked a different green. Doors settled deeper into frames. The lemon-clean smell receded under a new air metal. Wiring warming. Something like an animal waking. You can go upstairs, Darius said. Not an order. A courtesy. I have to be him now. I'll be me, I said. I'm not going to hide from a Polaroid. He watched my face the way he watches rooms. Intent, not invasive. Don't punish yourself for deviating, he said, unexpected. At the museum. I won't, I lead. He lifted a brow. Try again. I'll try not to, I said. Better, he said. I went upstairs because the stupid hour had eaten its portion of courage, and now the day wanted me to sit with what it had done to my rib cage. In my room, the chair where fear sits had moved closer to the bed without my permission. I put it back. I placed the key on the nightstand facing north, the way my mother did with saints. I washed my face, not to erase his mouth, only to remember mine. Rowan knocked, then didn't wait. He flopped on the bed like a story ending. If he's your fiancé, he said, trying the word on like a hat and hating it immediately. Does that mean I have to wear a tie to breakfast? There's no fiancé, I said. There's a contract. The internet is bad at reading comprehension. Tell me something new, he said, rolling onto his stomach. Can we buy a cone? For the robot? For justice, he said. But also, the robot. We'll buy 6, I said. And a hot chocolate we don't need. He watched me. He sees the small cracks I spend hours spackling. You're okay, he said softly. I'm learning, I said. He nodded as if learning were the only victory anyone should ever trust. "I like him," he said, not afraid to say it. "I do too," I said, less afraid than I was yesterday. He grinned, satisfied that the world could still be persuaded to cooperate. He left me to the quiet. I lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, counting the invisible path of event that should have been extinct, feeling the shape of a house that had room for us, and for danger, and for the choice to kiss a man and still be mine. Downstairs, the River King and his rivals were already practicing their next attacks. Upstairs, a robot practiced curves. In the middle, we wrote rules we hated and obeyed them until we were strong enough to rewrite them. When I slept, finally, it was the tired sleep of a person who has survived something stupid and something tender in the same afternoon, and decided to count both as necessary. The key cooled at my elbow. The fear chair minded its place. The last thought I had before the dark turned honest was this: the attention of a man like Darius can be weather or shelter. Today, he had let it be both, and asked me to tell him when to move the umbrella. Tomorrow, we'd send an invitation. I hoped the river would RSVP. Number blood contract. Chapter 5. The invitation. The house woke before I did, changing posture like a guard switching shoulders with a rifle. Panels glowed a decisive green. Somewhere inside the walls, Mara's automation stood up and saluted. The lemon clean of the hallway sharpened into metal circuits warming, vents behaving. I stared at the ceiling and listened to a building prepare itself to be a promise. Text from Tasha. Asterisk. Asterisk. Run close. 30 minutes. Stupid is over. Now we get precise. Asterisk. Asterisk. I dressed to be corrected black leggings, a tee that forgave sweat, hair tied back the way a truce looks. In the kitchen, the French press strutted. Darius already wore charcoal and intent. Sleeves rolled, throat open at the collar. He looked like the man who had kissed me near water, and like the man who turns knives into paperwork. Both truths sat in the line of his mouth. "Sleep?" he asked, because he had earned the right to ask it. "Like a person who survived a fire drill," I said. "You? Like a person who said it," he said. We drank in silence, not empty useful. The clock watched us like a chaperone that knows it has no authority. At 29 minutes past, Tasha arrived with a roll-up mat, 2 mitts, and the expression of someone who sharpened while other people slept. "Run," she said. "Roof." The roof hadn't been a room yet. It introduced itself as sky and consequence. The city wore its mourning with a low, blue resolve. The river muttered in its long language. Tasha set a timer on her watch. "Intervals," she said. "You hate them. That's why they work." We sprinted in squares. Vent to chimney, to parapet to door. My lungs negotiated with my legs. My mouth negotiated with God. By set 3, my fear moved from the chair in my room to the edge of the roof and watched, arms folded, a little impressed. Tasha didn't praise. She shortened the rest to teach me where a second hides when it's needed. "Again," she said. "Again," I said. On the last set, she let me hang over the parapet, palms on hot stone, breath dragging the morning into my ribs, as if I could own it by inhaling enough of it. Darius appeared in the hatchway like judgment, then came to the parapet like weather. He didn't speak until my lungs had found their floor. "Calder," he said. I straightened. "Polaroid? And a contractor," he said. He paid a man to times forget times the vent. We have the invoice. We have the man. We're generous today. He will be more forgetful in the future. Dead? I asked. Useful, he said. Alive men testify. Bodies can be misinterpreted. I tasted the truth of that, and hated it less than I wanted to. And the invitation? I asked. Mara's voice floated up the hatch like an efficient ghost. Drafting, she said. Press at 10. A different kind of vulgar. We went down into a house that had decided to be a fortress, without embarrassing us about it. In the room that used to be a library, the type blocks waited where we'd left them, cleaned, oiled, ready. A camera on a stand pointed at the bed of metal with the same interest a lens reserves for a face it expects to make famous. Not too much, Darius told Mara. We're not selling perfume. We're selling rules, she said. Perfume is easier. The draft on her screen wasn't language. It was a geometry of ideas. Asterisk. 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 We will not hide. Asterisk. 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 We will not romanticize. Asterisk. 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 A contract is a door. We chose to walk through it. Asterisk. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Safety is not spectacle. Asterisk, asterisk. 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 Consent is a schedule we both sign. Asterisk. Asterisk. I read it with my throat. Publish the shape, I said. Not the blood. Of course, Mara said. We don't give souvenirs. And the headline? Darius asked. Mara smirked. Asterisk Hale issues unlikely statement on protection and consent. Asterisk. She turned to me. If you hate times consent, asterisk choose another. It will be weaponized either way. I don't hate it, I said. I hate how people pretend saying it makes them clean. Then we'll make it dirty and useful, she said. She filmed the press like choreography. Darius placed blocks that spelled asterisk asterisk, term asterisk asterisk, and asterisk asterisk, clause asterisk, asterisk and asterisk asterisk, exit asterisk, asterisk asterisk, and asterisk asterisk, K asterisk asterisk. He let me set asterisk, asterisk, choice, asterisk, asterisk. My fingers inked the roller. The smell reached back a century. I pressed with my whole palm. The paper kissed back. We didn't show our faces in the video. We showed hands and blocks and a key turning once at the end. The captions spoke the grammar we'd agreed on. At 10, Mara uploaded. At 10:02, a news account with 1 million followers wrote, asterisk, asterisk. This is actually not trash? Asterisk, asterisk. At 10:04, a gossip page posted the museum photo next to a still of the key turning and tried to decide whether to be impressed or offended. At 10:10, my phone buzzed with 10 messages and none I wanted. I put it face down and told it to learn manners. Now, Darius said, we invite the right man to the wrong room. Dimitri? I asked. Not yet, he said. Calder. He wants to be seen. We will see him where the seeing hurts. Where? I said. The glass tower, he said. The under construction floor where Calder's trap had collapsed on itself. The maintenance shaft. The old gravity. Unfinished spaces confess, Darius said. We'll bring an audience of one. Tasha approved with a single nod. Vent sweep is clean, she added. House is sealed with new math. Contractor is contrite to the point of religion. Let him tithe, Mara said. In testimony, we spent the late morning doing the kind of work that doesn't photograph well. Schedules annotated until they obeyed. Maps marked with X's that meant, times do not stand there. If you like your knees. Asterisk lists of men who can be bribed, and men who can be bored, and the rare man who can be persuaded. Anton tutored me on camera sightlines, the way a piano teacher drills scales. Here they see your left, here they see your fear, here they don't see anything until you make them. At noon, Rowan texted a picture of a cone with a heroic caption, asterisk asterisk, procured, for justice. Asterisk asterisk. The next photo showed his robot with the cone on its head like a crown. My chest poured something warm. I sent back a heart and the knife Tasha likes, which made him send 18 laughing faces and a schematic I couldn't read. After, Darius said, catching the smile I tried to hide. We go watch him practice, even if I bleed? I said. Especially if you bleed, he said. Children deserve adults who show up with band-aids. Progress, I said. Efficiency, he corrected. Because God forbid we say something sweet without charging ourselves tax. We kept the glass tower invite elegant and rude. A text to a number that belonged to Calder's pride. Asterisk. Asterisk. The shaft remembers you. 3 p.m. Come apologize. Asterisk. Asterisk. Will he? I asked. He'll choreograph an entrance, Tasha said, and a line he thinks history will quote. History doesn't care about your lines, Mara muttered, approving anyway. We arrived early. The elevator yawned like a god. On the unfinished floor, the smart glass ran its grief in circles, clear to opaque to blurred, like weather that had paid for lighting design. The maintenance shaft's mouth gaped where the trap had fallen, and the city had not bothered to send a conscience to fill it. Anton swept once, then twice, then thrice. Tasha posted a quiet shape near the stairwell door. The rest of the world kept breathing without us. Darius stood at the window and looked like the owner of the heir. He was quiet, in a way that makes other men talk to fill it. I didn't fill it. The city did. With cranes and sirens and a sky that had found an unflattering willingness to rain. At 3:06, a silhouette happened to the glass. Calder arrived in a coat that wanted to be a speech and a smile that wanted to be a scar. He entered like sin, making an appearance at a wedding. You rang, he said to Darius, then looked at me because his ego insists women listen better. And you brought your headline. I brought my exit, I said, and let my eyes cut to the shaft. Then back. He laughed, admiring. The worst kind. You're better than I remembered. Your memory is vain, I said. Your mouth is expensive, he said. Your metaphors are cheap, Darius said, not looking away from him. Apologize. Calder stopped shape smiling. For what? For trying to tear a life in half and failing at physics, Darius said. For sending worms to a museum with names stitched on their polos. For texting me like we're in high school. For thinking I wouldn't notice a vent. Calder's eyes glittered like glass about to audition for a knife. You liked me because I thought like you, he said. You hated me because I enjoyed it more. I liked you because you could count, Darius said. I hated you because you counted people as furniture. Calder outspread his arms to the room. Look at you, he said. announcing contracts like a poet, teaching the city you're a man instead of a machine, trotting out a girl to pretend you have a pulse. She's not a girl, Darius said, and the sentence wasn't performance. It was warning. Calder's gaze came back to me, needles and mirror. You think he'll save you with math and kissing? He said. He'll save his city. Your scenery. Untrue, I said softly. I'm the pause before his knives. The breath before his calculus. If you were smarter, you'd have asked me to take a job and kept your hands to yourself. He smiled, a real smile that said he'd only ever learned one instrument, and it was cruelty. Oh, I would never touch you without. I moved before he reached the edge of his sentence. Heel to instep, forearm to wrist, the turn Tasha had drilled until my hips could recite it. He wasn't expecting the lesson. He tripped backward one hop, two, and his heel met the taped lip of the shaft. Anton was there, because we don't allow history to repeat itself for free. He caught Calder by the coat, and the room caught its breath out of habit. See? I said. We remember. Calder laughed, breathless, living. He patted Anton's forearm like a thank you note to physics. You still won't kill me, he said to Darius, triumphant like a child who has learned his father won't spank him in public. No, Darius said. I'll make you a receipt. He stepped closer, and for the first time, Calder's posture changed. Not fear, exactly, but acknowledgement that a man who looks like weather also knows how to be a storm. The next time you send men at a room where she breathes, Darius said, low enough to make the glass want to fog up, I will take your accounts from you one by one and give them to your enemies with a fruit basket attached. The basket will contain a photo of your mother's house. The note will read, Times, enjoy. Asterisk. Do you understand me? Calder smiled. But it lost money as it crossed his mouth. Fruit, he said. How suburban. Sugar hides poison, Darius said. And fruit stains carpets. Calder's eyes flicked to me, then back to the shaft. You kept me alive, he said. Thank you for the compliment. You kept you alive by still being useful, Darius said. Be less useful. Calder's expression tightened at the edges, his first honest reaction. You'll be boring, he said. We'll be old, Darius said. Calder winced as if struck by a word he couldn't afford. How quaint. He straightened his coat. Enjoy your contract. I'll enjoy the holes in it. Mind the vents, I said. He loved that. He left with the dignity of someone who'd decided to pretend gravity is flattery. The elevator swallowed him, indigestion unresolved. We stood in the unfinished floor and let the room give us our breath back. I wanted to push him, I said, honest enough to satisfy my own rules. I wanted to let you, Darius said. But there are cameras. And tomorrow exists. He's right about one thing, I said. I liked you more. After you kissed me, I like myself less, he said. It's instructive. Tasha radioed quietly from the stairwell. Cameras got what we wanted, she said. Him near the shaft. You between him and it. Headlines will read times she remembers. Asterisk. His ego will say times. They flinched. Asterisk. His boss will say times were audited. Asterisk. Dimitri? I asked. Busy at the pier, pretending to be a father, Mara replied. Rain incoming. He will text to claim hospitality soon, as if she'd scheduled it. Darius's phone chimed. Asterisk, asterisk. Lightning tonight. We are children in a storm. Your roof wishes to be charitable. Asterisk, asterisk. Dimitri. Adorable as always. The clause, I said. We made a promise. We keep it, Darius said, because his favorite weapon is fulfilling agreements more beautifully than anyone expects. It rained the way good arguments do steady, with a few sentences that cracked the sky. The east pier opened as agreed. Lights glowed against sheets of water. Men in slickers became silhouettes in folk songs. We watched from a black SUV with the engine behaving like a cat. Tasha perched in the front. Anton drove the way a wave decides to go forward. There, she said, and circled a cluster near the relay box. Not Dimitri. A cousin with Kolya's neck and someone else's cowardice. They carried nothing. They watched everything. They counted. They're mapping your charity, I said. They're measuring my patience, Darius said. I hope they're accurate. A small boat nosed up and moored like a polite thief. 2 men disembarked with a cooler. One of them opened it with a click that sang of bad physics. The other laughed. The laugh carried wrong in the wind and made my teeth try to leave. Bum? I asked. Beer? Tasha said. Worst kind of bomb. The boat rocked. The men clinked. The lightning performed on cue. The clause demanded we keep the pier open, but not our eyes closed. We watched for the one man who comes to see how you react when your enemies behave like children. He arrived late, umbrella black, jacket lighter than the night, smile like a business card. Dimitri waved as if we were friends watching our sons on a soccer field. He spoke to his men without looking at them. They left. He walked to the very edge of the pier and stood there the way some men stand at pulpits. The river licked his shoes like a dog he would never pet. He wants us to come out, I said. We will, Darius said. We did. Rain made the short walk longer. Water found my collarbone and wrote its name. Dimitri looked over his shoulder with a gentle pleasure that made me want to kick him into the water. Charity becomes you, he said. Nothing prettier than a rich man in the rain, proving he can get wet. Close, Daru said. Ah, yes, Dimitri said. The law that pretends to be kindness. It flatters you. He looked at me. You do too. I wasn't written for flattery, I said. He studied my face with that curious, almost kind expression he wore like a disguise. Then why let him write you? Because I prefer my author sober, I said. He laughed quietly, truly. And lucid, he agreed, and faced the water. Shall we be good? Men do it so rarely. What do you want, Dimitri? Darius asked, tired of theatrics. I want my artery, he said, still looking at the river. You want your conscience. Neither is realistic. He flicked the umbrella so a sheet of water fell into the dark. Children should not die because men argue about money. We agree, Darius said. Dimitri nodded, content to have made a sentence the world could frame. Then let us agree to perform goodness as often as we weaponize it. I will send your councilman a donation he doesn't deserve. You will let my men stand on your concrete when the sky decides to be dramatic. In between, we will steal and punish and lie, but we will do it with a priest's composure. Priests are better liars, I said. They have practice, he said, amused. Tell me, brave one, what would buy your exit? Nothing, I said. I already have it. I touched the key in my pocket like punctuation. He noticed. Of course he did. Keys, he murmured. Men like him always give them to women like you, hoping you'll never use them. Hope isn't his model, I said. Receipts are. Dmitri smiled at that genuine approval, the worst kind. Take care, he said to Darius, that your receipts do not become relics. People worship relics. They forget to spend them. Worry about your own church, Darius said. I do, Dmitri said, and stepped back from the edge without looking. I'm more interested in your congregation. He left. The rain eased its sermon. The men with the cooler decided beer and lightning is less fun than they'd hoped. The pier emptied of everything but rules and water. Do you ever get tired? I asked, low, as we walked back to the truck. Of being the man who speaks for a city no one deserves. Yes, Darius said, surprising me. Every day. Then I make coffee. Efficient, I said. I know my brand, he said, and the corner of his mouth warmed. We watched the pier a while longer out of stubbornness, and then out of relief. On the way back, the city smelled like wet coin and forgiveness, a trick of rain. The house welcomed us with the green of a machine that had done its job and liked it. Rowan was on the rug with the robot, cones set up in a field of orange that looked like a silly version of war. Watch, he said, breathless. The robot performed the figure 8 without lying. The line, follow, actually followed. He shouted. I shouted. Darius smiled with small, private teeth. Regionals, Rowan said. Kidney, punching my hip with joy. You'll come, right? Yes, I said. Darius nodded. We'll sit where no one will see us, and cheer like a reasonable number of people. You're both weird, Rowan said, delighted. He fell asleep on the couch the way boys do when the day has agreed to let them be children. I tucked a throw around him and pretended not to be sentimental while being entirely sentimental. Darius set a glass of water on the table, the way a man lays down a tool after using it carefully. Debrief, he said softly, when the house had shifted into evening. Calder lives, I said. On purpose, until usefulness expires, he said. He will try again with theater. We will respond with plumbing. Dmitri performed charity, I said. It looked good on him. I hated it. He hates it too, Darius said. That's why it works. And us, I said, because if I didn't, the question would live in my stomach and eat everything else. He took a breath that had weight. We continue as we are, he said. Public, inevitable. Private. Negotiated. Consent. Fast. Stairwells. Behaved. Waterfronts. Questionable, I said. He smiled slow this time, not practicing restraint as much as respecting it. Questionable, he agreed. He stepped closer. He didn't reach. He waited. I reached, because the day had taken from me, and I wanted something back. My hand found his jaw, the line I had imagined tracing a dozen times, and denied myself. His eyes closed, like a door shutting softly, to keep the light from waking a sleeping child. I stood on my toes and kissed him the way a person rewards a body for surviving. Moderate, sure, not a performance, not an apology. He answered, like a man who had learned to write yes on his tongue. His hand settled at my waist, with the kind of pressure that says, times you can go, and also, you can stay. Asterisk. Minutes happened. The room watched. The key on my nightstand would approve. The fear chair didn't move. We breathed together until the house decided it was safe to hum again. We keep our rules, I said against his mouth. We keep each other, he said, too honest for the kitchen. I stepped back first. He let me. We both washed our hands at the sink, because bodies need rituals that remind them they're allowed to return to work after choosing softness. Water ran. The city changed channels. The night picked up its pen again. Mara texted a single line. Asterisk, asterisk. Press is chaotic but respectful. Dimitri's PR calls the pier a miracle of cooperation. I call it a Tuesday with receipts. Sleep. Asterisk, asterisk. Tasha sent a photo from a camera outside the tower. Calder looking up at the floor where the shaft lives. Her caption, asterisk, asterisk, he's counting wrong. Asterisk, asterisk. 3 knife emojis. A heart only she could make look like a weapon. Anton's message was 3 words. Asterisk, asterisk. Roots locked. Good. Asterisk, asterisk. Rowan snored from the couch like a boy who believes the adults are going to keep the roof on. We had better. Darius stood by the window and watched rain turn reflective in the street. He looked like a man who had decided to be old someday and might actually succeed. I took the key from my pocket and set it on the counter between us. If I run, I said, it will be to buy milk. If you run, he said, I'll bring the milk. Efficient, I said. Always, he said. We left the glasses by the sink. We left the day where it belonged. Upstairs, I put the key on my nightstand with its face west, the direction the river sleeps. I put the fear chair at the window. I lay down with the taste of rain and restraint, and a mouth that had learned how to kiss without losing its language. Tomorrow, we'd build something ugly and useful and call it safety. Tonight, I slept under rules I hated and a man who honored them, in a house that kept its promises with locks and lemon, and a panel that hummed yes. Number. Blood contract. Chapter 6. The cold ledger. Morning came with a bruise's memory and a promise's breath. The house hummed its green assurance. The lemon, clean in the hall, told a lie I wanted to forgive. I woke with the key on my nightstand, face turned west toward the river, and a mouth that remembered last night like a word it had finally pronounced correctly. Text from Mara. Asterisk, asterisk, intel drop at 9:15 brings spine. Not theater. Asterisk, asterisk. Text from Tasha. Asterisk, asterisk, breakfast. Plus bruises check. Wear shoes you can run in. Asterisk, asterisk. The kitchen was a treaty. French press, 2 plates. 1 man in charcoal with sleeves rolled to the latitude that makes my blood behave badly. Darius set a cup in front of me like an apology he meant. He didn't mention the kisses. I didn't either. Our bodies kept the secret like professionals. Regionals practice after school, I said, because starting the day with hope is rude and effective. I'll be there, he said, as if calendars obeyed him. They mostly did. Mara arrived with the weather of bad news, packaged as opportunity. She spread out a printout grainy stills, timestamps, a map with a rectangle near the water highlighted in a yellow that reminded me of old Kodak film. Cold storage at Harbor 3, she said. On paper, seafood. In practice, a room with a new lock and an old lie. Dimitri's cousin signed for 3 extra compressors last week. No corresponding seafood uptick. Someone's keeping perishable data cold. Bodies? I asked before my throat could decide it wanted to be civilized. Maybe not whole, she said. Maybe lists. Maybe blood that isn't documented the friendly way. We won't know until we know. Darius's jaw tightened one click. "We'll know by noon," he said. "Police?" I asked, even though I'd learned this city uses law like a garnish. "We are the police we can afford," Tasha said from the doorway, tossing me a compact earpiece, and the kind of smile that is really a promise to hurt anyone who needs hurting. "Intel?" Darius asked. She nodded toward the printout. "Night Watch is bored and believes in podcasts. Day staff is reduced. 2 cameras we don't control. Back door latch is convenient to men with small bolt cutters and big hearts." "I have the bolt cutters," Mara said. "Find me the hearts." "We go light," Darius said. "No theater. No phone pings. In and out." "And me?" I asked. "You're the reason we keep the lights off until we can stomach turning them on," he said. "You tell me whether this is a ledger we burn or a ledger we weaponize." My coffee tasted like impending moral math. I put the cup down before it could drop itself. The cold storage sat in a cluster of practical buildings that had learned to be invisible by being honest about ugliness. No facades, no banners. Concrete painted a color too tired to be named. A forklift yawned near a loading dock, as if it had been waiting all night to perform the role of forklift. The river behind it flirted with being a mirror, and chose not to. We parked 2 blocks away the way guilt does. Anton strolled once around the block like a man who enjoys empty sidewalks. Tasha ghosted. Darius walked beside me without touching. He never touches on approach. It is one of the ways he lets me breathe before we risk choking. Mara arrived on foot carrying a clipboard and a roll of orange tape like a woman who has been in 10 warehouses and has a favorite one. At the back door, she slid the tape over the latch where it meets the frame, thin as a secret. "Props," she said. "If we get seen, we're inspectors." "What are we inspecting?" I asked. "Safety," she said. "Wicked. Our favorite fiction." The door gave us a reluctant chunk. Inside, the hum of refrigeration, like an organ in a chest that hasn't decided if it will consent to beat. The air knifed my cheeks. The smell was honest. Fish, bleach, and something metallic that had been scrubbed so hard it decided to hide in the vents. We moved by habit already learned. Tasha ahead, Anton at the rear, Mara indifferent in a way that reads as authority, Darius beside me with his attention pointed outward in a radius my body trusted more than my brain liked. First aisle. Boxed frozen shrimp and legal paperwork that had been stamped by departments that charge for their stamps. Second. Whole fish stacked with the elegance of defeat. Third. A row that someone had tried to make boring and failed. 3 steel doors, one with a new keypad, a small red diode blinking the rhythm of a lie. Condensation beaded along the top seam. The lock wasn't top tier, but it had been installed by a man who wanted the money to mean something. "Please don't ask me to ooh and ah while we're freezing," Mara said, and handed me a glove I hadn't realized I needed. "Go ahead, hero. I'm nobody's hero," I said, and let Tasha's shoulder brush mine like a benediction. She popped the keypad's plastic cover with a credit card she'd already offended at a department store. I leaned in. 4 digits. No fingerprints visible. Dried condensation smudges only. I closed my eyes and let my thumb trace the button's habit's geography. The numbers weren't worn, but the cover had lived pressed against 1357 when closed. Someone with a habit favors corners. I tapped 1537. The lock clicked like a confession. "Sweetheart," Tasha whispered, and rolled her eyes to deflect how impressed she was. We opened the door onto air that had decided 60 seconds ago to be unforgiving. Cold rooms are easy to describe and impossible to explain. This one held boxes plain as promises, and a table that had been moved too often for no good reason. On the table, a ledger, not metaphorical, real paper, bound in a cheap spine, plastic sleeves scuffed at the corners. A rainbow of sticky flags marked pages, with a neatness that didn't belong here. Mara took photos with a camera that didn't connect to anything. Darius didn't reach for the book like men do in movies. He nodded at me. I opened it. The first page was a table names, blacked with marker, dates, initials, the kind of redactions that pretend to do moral work. The second page, not redacted, either a mistake or a gift. Columns, asterisk, asterisk, donor-eyed, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Blood type, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Status, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Intake, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Intended, asterisk. The word intended made a noise in my head, like a chair scraping away from a table. Organs, I said, voice gone somewhere I didn't like. Yes, Darius said. He didn't sound surprised. He sounded like a man telling a doctor what he already knows, so he can move to the plan. Row after row. Age is implied, but not explicit. Asterisk, asterisk. Intended asterisk. Asterisk names that belong to men who donate to hospitals and take photos with ribbons. Asterisk, asterisk. Status asterisk. Asterisk entries using euphemisms the size of coffins. Asterisk. On ice. In transit. Ready. Asterisk. I turned a page and felt my mouth open on a sound. Asterisk, asterisk. Donor ID V, 342, divided by F age, 19, blood. O status, on file divided by intended, asterisk, asterisk. A note in the margin, asterisk, asterisk. Family pressure divided by move fast, asterisk, asterisk. Cold does a strange thing to anger, sharpens it until it cuts quietly. I wanted to punch the table. Instead, I double-checked the initials at the bottom of the page. Not Dmitri. Not Kolya. A third pair I didn't know. Useful. 4 names we can move, Mara said. Efficient as triage. People on the edge of the pipeline. We can pull them and spin it as compliance, or we can burn this room and salt the floor, I said, which told everyone something about what my body thought justice looked like today. Darius looked at the ledger as if it were a chessboard that had finally admitted what game it was playing. We move 4, he said. We log copies of the rest. We leak enough to make the city blush without making the pipeline go deeper underground. We take the ledger to a judge who fears his daughter will need a kidney someday. Names? Tasha said tightly. I flipped back to the unredacted page and circled with a pen I had no memory of taking from my pocket. These 4, I said. The note asterisk asterisk move fast asterisk asterisk glared. I added asterisk asterisk. Now asterisk asterisk. With a pressure that tore the paper a little. The hum of the room had been background. It changed key slightly higher, slightly meaner. Tasha's head snapped up. Her hand made a shape that meant time's quiet, where quiet matters. Asterisk. Footsteps. Not hurry. A tour. We shut the ledger. We put it back wrong on purpose, 1 inch to the left. We slid behind the nearest stack of boxes like children who have learned the geometry of hide-and-seek the hard way. The door opened with the easy confidence of an owner. A man stepped in wearing a high-vis jacket, no company logo, wedding ring, a face I could forget if I lived long enough. Behind him, Kolya. His neck arrived before his voice. "Check the compressors," he said, bored. Frost pattern looked wrong on cam 2. "On it," the worker mumbled, already annoyed by the way men like Kolya make nouns into orders. Kolya moved to the table and touched the ledger not with reverence, but with a familiarity that made my knuckles itch. He opened to the 3rd flagged page, nodded as if reality had met his expectation. "Intended," he murmured, tasting the word like it had been sold to him at a market. The worker called out numbers like prayers, psi, temp, draw. Kolya didn't answer. He closed the ledger, put it back, and then, because God loves my nerves, he moved it, the 1 inch we'd moved it, back to center. Tasha's breath didn't change. Darius's didn't either. Mine tried to. I made it behave. "Done," the worker said, wiping a hand across his upper lip. "She's humming." "Good girl," Kolya said to the compressor. "Keep the city honest." They left. The door chunked. The lock rearmed. The hum lowered. Satisfied, Mara exhaled. "We need a new word for disgusting," she said. "We need 4 cars and 4 doctors," I said. "We'll start with 2, Darius said, practical cruelty in his tone, the kind that saves more lives than speeches. "We're charming a clinic over on 9th to discover an administrative error. 2 donors leave today to be reclassified as the city got lucky. 2 more when the judge runs out of golf metaphors and decides to try being a person." "We?" I said. "You'll sit with 1, he said, unexpected. "If she has a mother, you'll be her daughter for an hour. If she has no one, you'll be enough." Fury moved aside to make room for something gentler and heavier. "Okay," I said. We left as we had come in, less than ghosts, more than dirt. On the sidewalk, the sun tried to audition for spring and got rejected. Anton peeled away with Mara to baptize the clinic in paperwork. Tasha drove us with a steadiness that could euthanize panic. "You did well," Darius said quietly, when the block was brave enough to hold our voices. "You didn't drown." "You didn't either," I said. "I don't," he said. "It's a failing. It's how we get old," I said, and watched his mouth almost confess a smile. The clinic's waiting room was painted the beige of documents. The magazines were a decade old. The receptionist wore a cardigan like a second skin, and recognized Mara with the expression of a woman who has lived many lives and learned not to react to any of them. "2 rooms," she said, bustling us past a poster about getting your flu shot that had spent 3 years defending its honor. "1 with nobody. 1 with a girl and a mother who thinks we can save the world with tea." "I brought cash and a miracle," Mara said. "Keep the miracle," the receptionist said. "We'll sell the cash to the electricity." Room A. Empty. A bed with paper that crackled judgment. Room B. A girl with bandage, crease on her elbow, and a mother with Valentine. Red eyes. The girl's hair was in 2 low buns. Her hands tried to be brave and kept betraying her. Her mother looked at me the way mothers look at anyone the universe might use to be kind to their child. "You're," she began, and didn't finish, because naming me would make me real, and real things can fail you. "I'm here," I said, We're going to fix an error. Do you like robots? I asked the girl, because science rescues children more often than God in this city. She blinked. Robots? My brother builds them, I said. He says lines lie and maps are just opinions. She smiled, tiny and pure. I like that. What's your name? I asked. Vivi, she said. But my mom calls me V. Okay, V, I said. We're going to take a different door today. It'll still be scary, but we'll walk it together, okay? Okay, she said, and her mother began to cry into her cardigan with the gentleness of someone who knows loud grief frightens children. Darius stood in the doorway like a shadow that had decided to be useful. He didn't talk. He made the room honest by standing in it. A doctor with tired shoulders came in and allowed himself to be drafted into a better narrative. Forms retyped, signatures re-signed, a file folder that found a new drawer it had always meant to live in. Mara paid the bill only everyone knew wasn't real. The receptionist said times God bless, times the way women do when they have learned to trick God into working for them. When V and her mother left through the back with a volunteer and a story, I sat on the bed in room A and let a minute sit on my chest until I understood what it wanted. Breathe, Darius said, which has become his refrain, and I did. We can't save all of them, I said, the cruelest sentence I know how to say out loud. No, he said, but we can ruin the afternoon of the men who sell them. We can make their budgets cry. Budgetary grief, I said, a laugh threatening mutiny. The only grief some men feel, he said. We stole 2 more hours for logistics and triage and the exhausting work of not being gods. We left the clinic with 1 ledger copy, 2 women on different buses to different safe places, and a plan to make a judge who collects wine corks collect a conscience for an afternoon. At 3:30, our phones buzzed with the sanctified madness of normal life. Asterisk, asterisk. Gym doors open. Mr. Brown says cones are friends, not food. Asterisk, asterisk. Robot practice, I said, like a prayer with a wire. We go, Darius said. The gym was a cathedral of scuffs and echoes. The scoreboard sulked like a teen. Mr. Brown wore a tie that had seen 3 administrations and a mustache that had probably been classified as a historical artifact. Kids scurried with wires and laughter. The cones were arranged like a silly military formation. The robots were small, earnest, occasionally violent. Rowan ran toward us with a grin that could power small cities. He stopped just before colliding with Darius, the kind of respect you teach boys when you want them to live long enough to unlearn it. You came, he said, as if we'd chosen not to be disasters for a whole hour. Of course, Darius said, the lie good and necessary. Rowan dragged us to the course. Watch, he commanded. No heckling. His bought duct tape patches like medals, sensor array like a porcupine that went to college, took the line with the confidence of a liar who had decided to tell the truth today. It turned the figure 8. It didn't lie. It didn't cheat. It executed the curve like a promise you make to a person who has finally deserved it. The team yelled. Mr. Brown clapped once and wrote something on a whiteboard that looked like Times give kid A+ in life. Asterisk. I felt my face do a thing I didn't know it remembered how to do. Darius's mouth softened, and the room noticed, and then pretended it hadn't. A father I didn't know strolled over, hands in pockets, smile that had been taught at a firm. You're the boys? He glanced between me and Darius, trying to locate our nouns. Sister? I said. Friend, I added, jerking my head at Darius. Because I'm petty when men try to nail down a woman's life with a nail they didn't buy. Ah, he said, smirking with his taxes. Lucky kid. He leaned toward me. Saw you in the paper. Paper saw me, I said. We're getting counseling. Darius did not laugh. He didn't need to. His eyes did. The father drifted away to perform opinions at someone else. Rowan ran the course 3 more times. Twice it loved him. Once it lied. He corrected. He didn't sulk. The way he forgave failure without making a religion of it made something unclench in me that had been clenched since I was 14. Hot chocolate, I said afterward, and the team made the kind of noise that gets adults sued. Mr. Brown pretended to be outraged, and then pointed at me with a pen that means permission. We walked to the corner place with the sticky tables and the framed photo of a basketball team from 1998 that still makes the owner cry. The kids owned the room by volume alone. Darius stood at the counter with Rowan, both pretending to decide between marshmallows and whipped cream like the choice could break a treaty. He's good with him, I said to Tasha, who had appeared in the window reflection like the angel of consequences. He chooses who gets his softness, she said. So do you, Ledger, I said, because if I didn't bring the cold room into the hot chocolate, I'd hate myself for trying to have nice things. Mara's with the judge, she said. Anton's with the contractor who forgot the vent. He's remembering things he didn't even do. And Dimitri? I asked. Busy building a story about humanitarian seafood, she said dryly. He'll deny, then donate, then dare us to call him a liar. We'll do all 3. Darius returned with hot chocolate that could anesthetize a horse. He handed me mine with the care of someone passing a warm infant. Drink, he said. Doctor's orders. You're not a doctor, I said. I'm a man who reads manuals, he said. This one says sugar now. I drank because sometimes I obey orders that align with my values. The sweetness lit small lights behind my eyes. For 10 minutes, the world stopped charging us rent. I let it. When we left, Rowan slung an arm around my waist like a belt made of small bones and delight. You're coming to regionals, right? He asked Darius. Cruelty of hope back in his mouth. Yes, Darius said. Try to win without us. The press has cameras. Rowan rolled his eyes with affection so pure, it made me want to hire a band. I know, he said. We'll be subtle champions. He bounded ahead with his friends, and the kind of arrogance that keeps cities alive. We followed, 2 adults pretending to be old enough to survive what we do for a living. Thank you, I said to Darius absurdly. For today, he considered the pavement like it might have something worth quoting written on it. This is the only part that matters, he said. You said outcomes matter, I said, smirking. This is an outcome, he said. The others are receipts. We stood at the crosswalk while the city remembered who owns the right of way. He didn't touch me. I didn't touch him. Our shoulders made a choice to exist near one another. The light turned. We crossed. Night returned with its bag of knives and asked whether we wanted any. The house clicked into its evening posture. Mara came in with a wind-burned smugness. Judge cried, she said, pleased. He didn't know his face could do that. 2 more out tonight under the auspices of an audit. The rest we slow boil. And Dimitri? Darius asked. Donated $10,000 to the hospital fund he siphons pride from, she said. Prarline. We are appalled to learn of any abuse in our industry. My line. Same. Calder? I said. Because ghosts arrive when you stop inviting them. Quiet, Tasha said. He's counting wrong. Let him be stupid. We ate the kind of dinner that tastes like relief noodles and fried things, and a salad to convince our bodies we are not monsters. Rowan jerked awake halfway through and demanded soy sauce as reparations for being allowed to nap. Darius passed it to him like he was passing a torch. Bed, I ordered when the boy's eyes did the slow close of a streetlight deciding its time. Bossy, he yawned. I like it. He hugged me hard, then did something stupidly brave. He hugged Darius, too. Not like a son, not like a soldier, just a boy, at the edge of a day, deciding a man has counted right. Darius, caught without his armor, put a hand on the back of Rowan's head, brief and precise, the way you press a stamp on a document you've read twice and chosen to believe. When the house quieted, the kitchen offered us a second shift. Lights low, lemon honest, water glasses like small moons. We stood where we had invented rules, and then broken them deliberately in certain zip codes. Today, I said, we stole people from death with paperwork. Efficient, he said, and the gentleness wrecked me. This ledger... I went on, because if I didn't finish the thought, it would finish me. We can't just play it. I want light. Not headlines. Light. We'll do both, he said. In sequence. Dim to bright. If we blast it all at once, men like Dimitri grow deeper roots. I prefer shallow graves for bad ideas. I want him to bleed, I said, soothing the part of myself that spends its days not stabbing. He will, he said. In profit. In peace. In public. It hurts worse when men like him can't perform their hurt. I set my glass down too carefully. He watched the motion like he watches everything I do. Without theft, with assessment, with the kind of attention that makes a person feel like a fact instead of a rumor. Come upstairs, he said, and did not backfill the invitation with instructions. We went to the room that used to be a library because it keeps forgiving us. The press gleamed in the low light, cleaned after Mara's morning theater. Windows reflected more inside than out. The city pretended to sleep. I keep wanting to push you, he said, unexpectedly. Against walls? I asked. Because my mouth is a bad person. Into safety, he said. Into a life that requires less of you. I don't want less, I said. I want better. He accepted the correction without defending himself. His hands ended up at my waist again, as if the day had a magnet somewhere in my dress. He waited. I didn't. The kiss was slower and angrier than last night. My fingers went to his hair, then to the back of his neck, below the collar where the skin is honest. His hands tightened until my body made a noise it would deny in court. He walked me back until my spine met the edge of the table where we had set type and signed a truce. It held. Moderate, I reminded my bones. We obeyed, though we both learned something about how far moderate times can stretch without becoming a lie. His mouth found the spot at my throat. Tasha's forearm had bruised and made it a better memory. Mine found the scar at his eyebrow he tries to ignore. His palms bracketed my ribs. The table was cold through cotton. The room watched and didn't judge. When he pulled away, he did it like a man who has learned that restraint is a language and not a punishment. His forehead touched mine. We breathed. The press gleamed. The city kept time. We keep the rules, I said, to remind us both why we're still standing. We keep making them kinder to us, he said. I laughed quietly. Look at us, I said. Reforming laws in stairwells and libraries. In kitchens, too, he added, and his mouth tilted in a way that made me want to ruin something politely. He stepped back because he always does. I rested my palms on the table and felt the wood's gratitude for not being asked to carry more than it could. The ledger lived somewhere else now, but its cold lived in my hands. Sleep, he said. Tomorrow is heavier. Define heavier, I said. People will ask me to be cruel, he said. We'll choose the kind that buys time. He walked me to my door and didn't offer to come in. He looked at the key on my nightstand like it was a function symbol in an equation that's going to save us or swallow us. He lifted a hand and didn't touch me with it. He put it down like a gentleman. Good night, he said. Good night, I said. When he left, the house exhaled. I put the fear chair in its place. I put my hand over my heart like a fool and liked that I was a fool. I lay down and slept, full of hot chocolate and cold rooms, and the stupid relief of 2 more women I could picture breathing tomorrow because we signed the right boxes in the right office in a city that mostly doesn't care. In my dream, the river didn't drown anyone. It just held the ledgers up until the sun read them. In the morning, I would wake and go back to the work of making that dream a receipt. For now, I pressed my mouth to the back of my hand where his breath still warmed my skin, put the key where my fingers could find it in the dark, and let the house keep us both. Number, blood contract. Scepter sept heavier than mercy. The morning arrived, like a verdict, written in fine print. The panel's green was steady. The lemon, clean in the hall, lied with a straight face. The city breathed outside the glass as if our choices did not invoice it. I woke with the key where I could reach it in the dark, the fear chair minding its place, and a kiss-shaped hunger that behaved itself out of respect for the rules we'd written to keep us from exploding. Text from Mara at 06:12. Asterisk. Asterisk. Judge signed the provisional order at 3:41. 2 more out, under administrative review. He cried again. Someone should send him tissues and a backbone. 10 briefing. Bring spine. Asterisk. Asterisk. Text from Tasha. Asterisk. Asterisk run. Plus mitts. Roof. Stupid is over. Pain begins. Asterisk. Asterisk. I dressed to be corrected. The roof introduced the morning with a slap. The river had chosen pewter. The clouds rehearsed a tantrum. Tasha set a timer that didn't forgive. We sprinted vent to parapet to hatch until my lungs wrote their resignation letter and then withdrew it. She drilled the heel to instep again until my hips committed, then added a new cruelty. Palm to ear. Pivot. Push. When he leans, she said. They always lean. Make that their funeral. Optimistic, I panted. Efficient, she said. On the last set, Darius appeared in the hatchway, sleeves rolled, throat open, the face of a man who had learned new facts and disliked them. Inside, he said. Now. We filed into the kitchen like soldiers leaving a trench for a boardroom. Mara spread a thin stack of paper on the island printouts, transcripts, a single photograph with the weight of a wrecking ball. Bookie named Kale Little Leto, she said. 2 years ago he handled your father's line of credit when it got fancy. He died in a bar fight that wasn't a fight. His sister moved to Florida. She keeps receipts. She tapped the photograph. That's the man who stood next to your father when he signed the last adjustment. He smiled at the notary. The photograph was cheap and brutal. My father's face exhausted into lies, a stained counter, a hand with a pen that looked like it weighed too much. The man beside him was not Calder. My stomach unclenched a fraction, and then tied a new knot. This man wore a leather jacket with an emblem on the shoulder that had the courtesy to be in focus, a crown with a slash through it. I knew it like a curse. "Black crown," Darius said, almost mild. "Street outfit turned middleman turned minor plague," Tasha said. "They sell dead as a hobby. They rent muscle to men. Too proud to get their hands dirty. Kolya's favorite freelancers," Mara added. "Dmitri used them twice last year to harass a union local off a dock. He pretended he didn't. We pretended to believe him until it was useful not to. My mouth had to work to make a voice. So it wasn't Calder. It was a pipeline," Darius said. "Calder knew. He took advantage. But Black Crown held the pen to your father's hand. The photograph shook." "No, it was my hand. I set it down before truth could bruise it." "Where's the man now?" I asked. Mara slid another page. A DMV portrait flat light. Defiant jaw. Eyes that wanted to repay life with interest. Asterisk, asterisk, Rex Vale. Asterisk, asterisk. A note in Mara's narrow hand. Asterisk, asterisk. Kolya's cousin by prison. Black Crown liaison. Hungry. Stupid. Asterisk, asterisk. Alive, she said. Hungry men wake early to make mistakes. The room's temperature shifted from lemon to metal. "What's the plan?" I asked. "Light," Darius said. "Then pressure." He looked at me. "Then choice." "Mine?" I asked, even though I'd begun to understand how his grammar works. Choice times, is the word he uses when he is offering power with a safety rail and asking me to behave. "Yours?" he said. "I can make him disappear into a system he doesn't understand. It's tidy. It keeps accounts happy. Or you can write the first sentence. We invite. We listen. We offer him an exit that costs him the right amount." "What's the right amount?" I asked. "Everything," Tasha said. "Enough to scare the others," Darius said, "because poetry is expensive in a city run by receipts. Not so much the pipeline learns to go deeper." My father's face on the cheap photo looked past me into a room I hadn't been able to save him from. I set my jaw where his had failed him. "Invite," I said. "I want to hear him say it." Mara nodded, pleased like a mathematician whose variable has decided to behave. Noon. "Underpass Market at 5th, she said. "He likes loud places. Thinks the noise makes him bigger. We'll make it smaller," Darius said. Between the decision and the underpass, we pretended to live. Rowan counted his cones and his blessings and his breakfast. He wore his most illegal hoodie and taught the robot to apologize to a chair. "It keeps bumping," he said, indignant. "It needs to learn consent. You're being raised right," I told him, and he smirked at me like a mirror I didn't deserve. On the sidewalk outside school, he hesitated. It was the amount of time it takes a boy to weigh his pride against love and decide to be obvious. He hugged me fast. Hard. He looked at Darius and did the same thing with his eyes. An invisible nod. An ugly little trust fall. Darius caught it like a fact. "We'll be at practice," Darius said. "You better," Rowan said, and sprinted toward a day that would ask him to do ordinary miracles, laugh, learn, not get dead. Back in the car, the city changed channels. Market noise mapped itself to the windows. At the underpass, sellers spread tarps like countries, piles of useful junk became kingdoms, and smoke rose from a grill that had never been inspected by anyone who could afford a lab coat. Rex Vale would feel at home here. He would stand 2 inches wider than his body, talk show loud, and mistake cash for charm. He did. We watched from a table that sold missing screws, with Tasha flipping a lug nut like a coin until its edge could cut. Rex arrived in a jacket that wanted to be expensive, and a haircut that had been argued into shape with a razor. He was younger than I'd hoped. He was older in the eyes. The black crown emblem winked from his shoulder, smug. He saw me first. That was the plan. Men like him learn to smell women whose lives they've stapled to a contract. He approached like a dog that learned to pretend it's a wolf. "You, her," he said to the air above me. "You, the girl with the pretty signature." "I'm a woman with a good memory," I said. "Sit." He laughed and sat and pretended to be a king. "I liked your dad," he said. "Man could talk stories." "He was sick," I said. "He was expensive," Rex corrected. "We offer solutions. What happens after ain't my fault." "You held his hand," I said, nodding at the photocopy peeking from my bag. "You smiled when the notary stamped." Rex shrugged. "A philosophy." "I smile when business is good." Tasha's lug nut clicked. Darius had not moved since Rex sat, except to shift the angle of his gaze. I watched Rex find the edges of that attention and flinch without letting his shoulders sell it. "What do you want?" he said to me, jabbing a thumb at Darius. "He don't talk? He just stares?" "He counts," I said. "He likes to get the price right." "Price of what?" Rex scoffed. "Your exit," Darius said mild. "Or your education." Rex leaned in, monumentally foolish. "You don't scare me," he said. "That's because you're stupid," Tasha said pleasantly. And he flinched at that because truth has better aim than threats. I placed the photo on the table. The market's noise ran over it like water refusing to stop for a drowning man. "You did this," I said. "You walked my father to the edge of a cliff and sold him the view." Rex squinted at my face like a man trying to work out what kind of animal he's cornered. "He owed," he said. "He signed. You're paying. World makes sense. Here's the new math," I said, and slid a sheet Mara had printed for me. 3 names at the top, 4 invoices in the middle, a map at the bottom. "You take me to the man above you in black crown, the one who took a cut from my father's signature. You testify. You give me names. You give me vents. You disappear with your knees intact." "And if I don't?" he asked, laughing again because laughter is cheaper than fear. "You limp for the rest of your life," Tasha said. "And you never eat fish again because the docs will decide your face is an allergy." Rex measured us badly and came up with religion. "You don't got that kind of reach," he said brassy. Darius slid a small, folded piece of paper across the table. Rex frowned, opened it, read 2 names and a number, and his mouth did a minute impression of the judges. A cry he couldn't afford to let out. "How?" he began. "We count," Darius said. Rex licked his lower lip with a small, ugly tongue. "You gonna kill me after I talk?" he said, suddenly practical in the way smart men are born. "No," Darius said. "But you'll wish I had if you lie." Silence pulled up a chair. Around us, the market performed normalcy, haggling, laughing, grease spitting, A radio that couldn't commit to a station. In our square foot of shade, Rexvale faced what cleaning your soul actually costs. "Okay," he said, and looked at me because men want absolution from the women they have harmed. "Okay, say it," I said. I held his hand. He said, eyes cut sideways as if he could find an exit in a pile of washers. "Your old man. He was shaking. Said he'd pay it back when the horse hit. I told him the odds were numbers. He said some numbers feel like God." I laughed. Something moved under his bravado, quick, ashamed. It didn't last. He swallowed it. "I took him to Vico. Vico took him to..." He glanced at Darius. "You know. Say it." I said again. "Dimitri's cousin," he muttered, as if the river might overhear and drown him out of habit. "Kolya says family is the only insurance." I say insurance is boring. "So you made my father interesting," I said. He met my eyes, then not defiant. "Human. I make the city rich," he said. "I don't make it kind." I almost stood. I almost hit him. I almost cried because my body hadn't had time to do it when my father died. Instead, I folded the paper and put it back in my bag. "You'll get a call," I said. "You'll go to a room you don't like with a man you'll pretend to respect. You'll tell him everything. And then you'll go somewhere without phones and learn to grow tomatoes." He tried to laugh. "Tomatoes? You like red," Tasha said. "It'll be poetic." We stood. He didn't. He reached for my sleeve the way men do when they want one more charity. I moved my arm before he touched me. He blinked at the air he missed. "Do you forgive me?" he blurted, voice suddenly a boy's. "No," I said, kind because it was true. "But if you do the next things right, I'll let you live with it." He nodded too hard. He left, his ego trailing behind on a leash. The market exhaled on my face. The greasy smoke stung my eyes. Darius looked at me with that careful disrespect that reads as permission. He saw the shaking and didn't rescue me from it. He let me stand up in it. "Breathe," he said, softer than the first time he had said it to me. "I am," I said. "I am." Mara texted at 12. 14. ***, judge ready. Rooms ready. Vale will have to choose a tomato color. Dimitri's PR just put out a paragraph about rogue actors betraying community trust. I'm framing it for the bathroom. Asterisk. "Next," Darius said. "Next?" I asked. "Lunch," he said, which is how you keep people alive when the day has asked too much. We ate greasy bread in a stall where the table wobbled and the vendor called all women times sister times with a sincerity that made me forgive him. The food warmed my throat against my will. The market's children ran a game with bottle caps and laughter. For 15 minutes there were no ledgers, only mouths, and the work they do when you don't ask them to pray. At 2, the house learned a new posture. The panel went the kind of green courts choose. Mara paced like a metronome, learning a more complicated time signature. Anton adjusted the cameras a degree, then another, then a fraction. Tasha cleaned a knife that never leaves her hand, though I have never seen her draw it. And I dressed in something that told the truth. Black trousers that let me run, a blouse that would not apologize for sweat, flats that could lie about being quiet. Darius appeared in the doorway and didn't come in. He took me in with a long, impolite look that warmed and braced me at the same time. "Ready?" he asked. "No," I said. "Good." We went to the courthouse. Not like supplicants, but like donors. The judge had the face of a man who had been forced to meet himself in a mirror at 3:41 in the morning, and nodded sadly to the reflection. His clerk wore her hair in a bun that could cut a man. We gave them copies of ledgers and names, and a thin, elegant argument that allowed them to save face while admitting the city had none. Rex Vale arrived through a side door with a lawyer who had the decency to look poor. He'd washed his hair with anxiety. He looked at me once, and then at the floor. Good. The transcript will read like a polite exchange about compliance. What actually happened? A man said a name he'd been paid to keep. A judge put down his pen and looked at the wall like it could confess. A clerk wrote Times ex parte Times where it didn't belong and made it stick. And a vacuum opened under the feet of 3 men who had sold other people's blood like raffle tickets. When it was over, no one cheered. We don't do that in rooms with wood. Rex left first, escorted by a deputy who owed Darius a favor from 2018 and paid it without eye contact. He didn't look at me. I didn't give him absolution. In the car, silence curled on the seat between us and cleaned its paws. You wanted to hit him, Darius said. I wanted him to cry, I said. He didn't. I hate that. He will, Darius said. The contour of a life like that is mostly tears you hide. Does that include yours? I asked too fast. He glanced over, not punished by the question. Sometimes, he said, rarely where anyone can see. Efficient, I said, because I don't know how to be kind without sounding like I'm apologizing. He didn't answer. He reached across the space and put his hand over mine on the seat light, not claiming. I let it stay. The city looked in the windows and saw 2 people who were going to try very hard not to fail each other. It moved on. It had work. We made it to the gym in time to pretend we were normal. The robot lied once, and then told the truth twice. Rowan's grin turned my bones into structure. Mister! Brown confided that the Cones had been held hostage by the volleyball team and released with a stern talking to about the Geneva Convention, which made Darius bite the inside of his cheek to avoid laughing in front of children. After, on the sidewalk, a car drifted too slow, the way sharks do when they want to say hello with appetite. Tasha's hand went to her hip. My body stood itself up taller. Darius reached not for me, but to tip his head a degree, the sign he uses to make men remember they are out of their depth. The car didn't stop. It flowed on. But a window lowered a fraction, and a message hissed our way like a cigarette burn. Smile for the papers, sweetheart. Kolya. Of course. The car sped up and pretended to be tired of us. I want his neck, Tasha said, which counted as a love letter in her dialect. Soon, Darius said. Rowan looked up, reading weather like a kid who's taught himself to be a barometer. We good? He asked. We're stubborn, I said. He nodded, satisfied. He offered his knuckles to Darius for a fist bump. Darius hesitated. He is not fluent in that dialect, and then did it with exactly the amount of force the ritual required. Rowan regarding him afterwards with an expression that will get me through several future winters. We walked back. The house opened for us like a throat. The evening offered gentle things, a pot of rice, a pan of vegetables, an egg fried and slid onto a plate with the grace of a practiced auntie. Tasha ate standing up. Mara read with one hand and forked food with the other, and swore at a press release with the kind of economy I admire. In the middle of the normal, the house's posture changed again. Not alarms attention. A perimeter cam threw a grainy image to the panel, a man on the corner, pretending to check his phone, checking our windows instead. Not Kolya. Not Rex. Someone we didn't yet own. New, Anton said from the hall. Borrowed, Tasha said. We didn't panic. We never panic. We changed routes. We moved Rowan's bedtime earlier by pretending to be responsible adults. We turned on another light as sacrilege and sent the man a picture of his own face with a text that read asterisk, asterisk. Smile for the papers. Asterisk, asterisk. He left. The street returned to the life it believes is ordinary. After Rowan's door clicked and the hallway decided to be a church again, I found Darius at the sink. Sleeves rolled, wrists wet, doing the dishes, because sometimes kings do chores without realizing how many wars they're winning. I keep thinking it will feel like a switch, I said to his back. From fear to fine. It never does, he said. It's toggles, day to day. We flip fewer when we're old. Do you still want to be old with me? I said, reckless because the day had asked enough from me that I could afford another tax. He didn't turn. He set a glass on the rack, wiped his hands, and then turned slowly, like a man who has decided to make the sentence matter. Yes, he said. No theater. Nothing to sell. Just yes. I closed the distance. My body didn't ask for permission this time. It knew it had it. I kissed him one step past moderate and came back. He answered like he'd been waiting for the exact degree of pressure my mouth applied. His hands bracketed my waist. My hands found his jaw and traced the short, defiant stubble like a map to a city I was learning to navigate with a compass and a rule book. We didn't rush the rest. We obeyed our rules. Mouth, jaw, the curve where shoulder meets throat. He found the small, sacred spot under my ear and wrote his name there with breath. I caught his lower lip gently between my teeth, and the sound he made ruined me in all the good ways. His palm flattened at my ribs. I pulled him closer by the belt. Not as permission, just as punctuation. The countertop bracketed my hips. The room held its breath, grateful to be used for something better than strategy. Okay, I whispered against his mouth, and he understood it meant time's enough. For now, don't save me from wanting, but don't let me drown in it either. Asterisk. He stilled with a self-control that should be classified as architecture. He kissed my forehead like a man forgiving himself for being human. We leaned. We existed long enough for the heat to turn to something we could carry upstairs without dropping. On the stair, we did behave. But at the top, in the quiet ballast of the hall, I paused him with my fingers on his sleeve. You were good today, I said. Not to him, the veil boy. To me. Say it again, he said. So low it felt like I'd imagined it. You were good to me, I said. And the way his eyes caught that sentence made me realize what it must mean to a man who grew up measuring love in completed tasks and outcomes that stayed put. He nodded, as if accepting a medal he didn't trust was real. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, I echoed. We parted doors, light, an animal house settling around us. In my room, I set the key where it faces the river. I put my fear back in its chair. I washed my mouth and didn't erase him. I lay down and let the day pass active through me, not around me. Sometime after midnight, the house shifted again, a soft ripple like a dog turning over in its sleep. Not danger, a message. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number with a photo shot through rain. A blurred figure at a pier, umbrella half open, drenched suits. The caption, asterisk, asterisk, miracles of cooperation, asterisk, asterisk, and a heart. Calder, doing a cheap impression of a poet. I blocked him. I turned the phone face down. I reached for the key, the way people in older books reach for prayer beads. Across the hall, a floorboard ticked, deliberate. Darius, walking the house. I let the sound seat itself under my ribs. I slept. 2 hours before dawn, the stupid hour returned for a curtain call. A bang not loud enough to be a gun. The panel's green blinked patience. Tasha's voice low in the hall. "It's fine." Anton's steps fast, then not. I opened my door to the ache cold of the house's defensive posture. Darius met me at the threshold in a t-shirt, and the kind of composure that makes danger back its car up. "Window sensor," he said. "Neighbor's cat fell in love with our reflection. Poor thing," I said, and we both knew I meant the cat and the window and us. He stood there like he might leave, and like he might not. The hall light was soft. The space between us was not. I lifted my hand. He took it. We didn't go anywhere. We just stood like that the way people do, who intend to get old together, holding, listening to the house practice keeping us, counting toggles we hadn't had to flip when he let go. It was not a result of fear. It was respect. He kissed my knuckles like an apology for not being able to give me a world where this is unnecessary. Then he left the hall to the lemon and the light. I crawled back into bed. The chair where Fear sits had fallen asleep on duty, head tipped, mouth open. I let it. I slept too. And in the morning I woke with a body that had remembered yes, a mouth that had obeyed the rules, and a spine that had done more work than anyone but 3 people would ever know. We were not safe. We were stubborn. We were heavier than mercy and lighter than rage. We were, and probably, still here. And when the day got bored and came looking for us again, we would answer the door with a key, a ledger, a boy with cones, and 2 mouths that had learned how to say, "Time's not yet." Times and times yes. Times in the same breath. Number, Blood Contract, Chapter 8. What quiet costs. Morning opened its eyes and decided to watch us work. The panel's green was steady, smug. The lemon clean in the hall played nice with the smell of toast. I woke with the key where my hand could find it in the dark, and a memory shaped like a palm over my own. The way he had held my hand on the car seat yesterday, light and deliberate, as if the skin there had a future he was willing to wait for. Text from Mara at 0603. *** Media is trying to decide if we invented ethics or pornography. Contract of consent is trending. I want to fight a cloud. 9:30 debrief. ***. Text from Tasha. ***roof. Intervals. Bring the hunger that isn't about him. ***. I brought it. The sky had chosen a metallic blue. The river practiced indifference. Tasha set a timer that apologized to no one, and taught my lungs how to write their own names without shaking. She added a new correction to the drill. I lifted my hands. She slapped my palm with a folded magazine, so my body would learn to move without needing an actual bruise to worship. "Again," she said. "Again." I said. By the time the hatch opened and Darius stepped through it, sleeves rolled, throat open, my body had forgiven me for yesterday's courthouse and market and mercy. He watched us finish the last interval without speaking, because he knows not to touch rituals while they're working. "Breakfast before you kill the internet," I told him, and he followed me downstairs, like a man who had earned the right to be in rooms with eggs and jokes. Rowan had already invented chaos with a pan, and an enthusiastic desire to be useful. There was toast, 3 kinds of jam, because restraint is for adults, and a plate of scrambled eggs that were, frankly, tragic. Salt? Darius said, nudging the shaker toward Rowan with the gravity of a saint offering sacrament. Rowan salted with impunity. "You're coming to practice?" he asked around a mouthful. Trust disguised as casual. "Yes," Darius said. The calendar bending. We ate. We pretended the newspapers weren't having a crisis about whether to call me asterisk, asterisk, fiancé, asterisk, asterisk, or asterisk, asterisk, liability, asterisk, asterisk, or asterisk, asterisk, a girl with rules, asterisk, asterisk. We pretended the city didn't know our names when it wanted to be cruel and forgot them when it needed saving. After breakfast, Rowan left to fight robots in algebra, and the house changed posture. Not danger, just attention. Morning work arrived like a stack of receipts. Mara swept in with a tablet and the expression of someone who has been performing CPR on a press cycle. "Our video has 2.1 million views," she said dry. 50%, huh? This is actually not garbage. 40% die, and 10% performatively horny. I muted the horny. "Thank you," I said, because sometimes democracy shouldn't be allowed to use a keyboard before 10 a.m. "Also," she continued, "the councilman you offended by not being impressed with his conscience would like to tour the youth center renovation today at 4. Media invited. He wants a photo with you." He used the word times. Inspirational times, like it's a gluten-free donut. "I can be inspirational," I said, "as long as inspiration is terrified." "Excellent," she said. "Wear flats." Tasha flicked her eyes to me. "Also incoming. Black Crown will want to prove arithmetic isn't on our side. They'll start with noise. We're going to give them a quiet room instead." "What room?" I asked. She glanced at Darius. He slid a folder across the island. Floor plan. Notes in his hand that are not pretty and therefore honest. A long rectangle of concrete labeled asterisk asterisk storage bayside. Auction asterisk asterisk. 3 entries. 2 cameras. 1 mezzanine. "Kolya likes auctions," he said. "Men who think they're poets like the way objects look when they're asking to be bought. He's put money through this bay 5 times in a year. Tonight, there's a private preview. We'll be there first. We'll invite him to step into quiet with us." "Quiet?" I said. He met my gaze like a man setting a glass on a table between us. "You asked to hear the truth from Vale," he said. "Now we ask Kolya what shape he wants his next year to be. We can wound him in public. We can ruin him in private. Private keeps kids from catching stray shards. And public tells the city we can do both," Mara said. "I'll write the line either way. Which do we want?" I asked. "We want him to understand that we're bored," Darius said. "Bored men are cruel. Bored women are efficient. He should learn the difference." I said yes, because the key on my nightstand had taught me courage. Has to be practiced indoors if you want to use it outdoors. We moved the day forward, like a stubborn animal coaxing, bribing, not flinching. Between debrief and lunch, the internet remembered it has teeth. A gossip site posted a grainy image of me from the courthouse, head down, jaw set, and captioned it, asterisk, 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 asterisk. The comments argued about whether rules are romantic. Mara texted, asterisk, asterisk. I'm deleting the word bride from the language. Be back. Never. Asterisk. Asterisk. I sent her the knife emoji. Tasha likes his pastoral support. Rowan's school pushed a robocall about a minor fire alarm incident in the science wing that morning. My mouth went dry enough to file paper with. I called the office. The receptionist, who has the same voice as God when God wants you to fill out a form, said, "Burnt toast in the teacher's lounge, Miss Tran." "We're fine." I didn't believe her. I sent Tasha a location pin anyway. She texted back asterisk asterisk already there, asterisk asterisk, and a photo of a sad toaster. I tried to work, which in this house means reading, annotating, building the sort of maps that keep a person from calling violence a strategy. Darius sat opposite me at the island, silent, moving through contracts and schedules and the kind of negotiations that would be illegal if he were less polite about them. We reached for the same pen once. My knuckles brushed his. The contact was tiny and enormous. He didn't pull away. Neither did I. "Lunch," he said finally. Because he knows bodies obey when fed. We ate banh mi that tasted like someone's auntie had chosen to keep the neighborhood alive. Mara stayed just long enough to steal half my pickled carrots and leave a schedule revision that made me forgive her again. Tasha ghosted through to change the blade in a box cutter we pretend is for deliveries. The house hummed. The panel sang green. And for 20 minutes I could imagine we were human beings with hobbies. At 2, Tasha drove me to the gym to watch Rowan run lines with the robot, because hope is an appointment you keep even if you're bleeding. Mr. Brown waved a dry erase marker like a wand and yelled at cones. The robot lied once, then apologized. Rowan laughed like a boy allowed to be a boy. My bones built a cathedral around that sound. We didn't stay long. Quiet is expensive. At 3, the car turned toward the youth center and the councilman's photo op. He stood on the sidewalk in a hard hat, he thought. Made him look sincere. "Thank you for your leadership," he said to Darius for the cameras. "And your—" He glanced at me, calculating nouns. "Your example," he said, and thought he was being brave. "Community demands infrastructure," Darius replied, which is how he says, "Times, please stop performing goodness in public and try it in a spreadsheet instead." Asterisk. We walked the half-finished corridors and pretended the drywall dust was hope. I smiled once, the small, sharp one Darius likes, because it frightens donors into writing bigger checks. The councilman smiled, as if he had just discovered he has teeth. A photographer asked me to just touch his arm. For warmth. "No," I said, and kept my hands. Mara handed the photographer a different frame. Me crouched at a doorway with a kid who'd wandered over from the block, both of us looking at the handprint mural and choosing colors. That picture will make the internet confused in a better way. At 4:30, we turned our faces toward the warehouse. Bayside Auction had taught its concrete to be charming. A string of bulbs along the mezzanine made the place feel like a wedding captured in mid-argument. There were crates, a bar pretending not to be a bar, the smell of sawdust and expensive lies. We came an hour before the preview, which is what men call an appointment when they want to feel like they've been invited to misbehave. Anton did the sweep he does when he's in love with staying alive. Tasha mapped exits. Mara planted a story in a reporter's inbox about illicit art channels meeting civic virtue, which is a phrase that means nothing and will get her quoted on TV. Kolya arrived at 6:07, of course late enough to try to be important, early enough to case the room. He wore a jacket that had decided not to be threaded with modesty. He approached with that grin he thinks, looks like he doesn't care. It looks like he needs approval. You redecorated, he said to the room, then to Darius. And you brought your poet. Partner, Darius said. Poets do partnerships too, Kolya said, enjoying himself. He didn't look at Tasha, because he is not the kind of man who can look at the person who will break his knee. He looked at me like I had written a sonnet about his jaw. I looked back like I was a mirror, and he should be careful not to kiss himself. Walk, Darius said. Not a request. Kolya hesitated just long enough to be rude. Then he followed us up the half-stair to the mezzanine. It's quieter up there. The bulbs hummed like a promise, pretending to be innocent. We took him to the railing and gave him the city. Riverline. Cranes. The cut of a sky threatening rain. We gave him the quiet he wouldn't know what to do with. Do you read the papers? Darius asked conversationally. Only the pictures, Kolya said. My favorite was the one where your girl looked like she wanted to eat the judge. I want to eat a lot of men, I said. None of them are judges. He laughed, delighted by his own imagination. I almost like you, he said. Don't, Darius said. Kolya spread his hands. What is this? He asked. The speech before the part where you pretend to be a church. This is the part where we choose a verb together, Darius said. You can de-escalate or diversify. You can become useful, or you can become a receipt. Kolya's grin thinned. You like to threaten with accounting, he said. It's unsexy. It's permanent, Darius said. Money forgets slower than blood. He slid a folded page from his jacket, because dramatists can't help themselves. A photograph. The cold storage ledger. A single page photographed at a bad angle. He held it between two fingers like a man who believes paper can protect him. Intended, he said, savoring the filth. You think I don't know the names you circled, the girls you saved, the judge who cried. Heat rose in my face, not embarrassment rage hunting for a use. We didn't save them, I said. We bought them time. And publicity, he said, amused. Darius didn't look at the paper. He looked at Kolya. You have 3 days to leave the pipeline, he said. If you touch it again, I won't put a bullet in you. I'll put your face on a list with a story that makes your mother lie to her friends about where you moved. Kolya's eyes glittered with that cheap courage he uses, because real courage costs. You won't tell Mommy, he mocked. Your soft streak is showing. My soft streak ruins men slower, Darius said. That's the mercy you're not smart enough to prefer. Kolya turned to me as if he could purchase something. And you? He asked. Do you want me to say sorry for playing with your father's debt? I won't. He was a man. Men drown when they wade out too far. I am the water. No, I said. You're a puddle. You smell like what's rotting and you evaporate in sunlight. The left corner of his mouth twitched. He hates being laughed at. He disguised the hate by taking a step closer. You think you can stand next to him and grow teeth? He said, voice dropping. I had teeth before he learned to roll his sleeves, I said. He moved shoulder lean, hand lift, that small invasion men perform when they're testing the door. The world narrowed to 2 inches and a decision. I let him get as close as the rule allows. Then the rule learned a footnote. Heel to instep. The pivot Tasha taught me. Palm to ear. Hard enough to disrupt equilibrium. Light enough not to break anything I wasn't ready to pay for. His breath hitched. He corrected with muscle memory and found Tasha, who had stepped into the mezzanine's shadow without fanfare. She didn't draw the knife. She touched her palm to his chest and pushed. Not hard. Just truthful. He took a step back. He will pretend in the retelling was a joke. We remember, I said, and the sentence rode the quiet like a good horse. He made himself laugh. The theater is decent, he said. I give it 3 stars. The leading lady has potential. Leave, Darius said, and the word was so unadorned it felt like a weather report. You have 3 days. Kolya backed a step gracefully, like a man who claims he invented retreat. Your boredom will get you killed, he said pleasantly. I prefer my enemies angry. They move so predictably, and I prefer mine predictable. Darius said. They move out of my city. Kolya put 2 fingers to his forehead in a mock salute that made something in my leg itch to kick. He left the mezzanine with the swagger of someone who will go home and punch a wall, because he cannot reach what he wants to break. We stayed a moment, letting the quiet do its work. The bulbs hummed. The river practiced prime numbers. Darius rested both hands on the railing and let his shoulders remember they're attached to a neck that sleeps badly. I stood next to him, not touching, feeling like I had just put down a box that had been heavier than I wanted to admit. Good, Tasha said at last, which is a whole paragraph in her dialect. He'll bluster. He'll send a boy to take a picture of a door. He'll trip twice and lie about it. Then he'll choose whether to live with both knees. What if he chooses wrong? I asked. Then we will be bored publicly, she said, almost cheerful. Mara texted, asterisk, asterisk. Reporter bought the civic virtue meets illicit art nonsense. 3 outlets want quotes. Also, a blogger wrote that Arya Tran weaponizes flats. I'm putting that on a shirt. Asterisk. Asterisk. We left before the actual preview, because I didn't want to pretend to want the objects men bring to rooms and call romantic. In the car, the city wore 7 o'clock with a little perfume and a lot of traffic. Hungry? Darius asked. Yes, I said, and meant food, and didn't. He cooked. He shouldn't be good at it. He is. He cooks like he negotiates. Precise heat. Ruthless salt. A refusal to let ingredients lie. Pasta. Garlic. A pan that behaved out of respect. He handed me a glass of wine and watched my mouth, because he likes to make the rest of the world turn down its volume. Tomorrow, he said, as the water returned to the pot like a confession. We take Rowan to school. We do not get photographed. We sign 2 papers that should make Dmitri itch. We pretend to be busy, so that the men who love theater cannot write us into their matinee. And tonight? I asked. Tonight we eat, he said. And then we stand in the hall and behave. Not the library? I asked, teasing dumb. He smiled, slow. The library is a creature of habit, he said. I don't want to make it jealous. We ate standing at the island, because chairs are for people whose knees haven't learned how to argue with them. The pasta was indecent. The wine did what it was paid for. Tasha came through and stole half a piece of bread like a moth with a knife. Mara read the quotes aloud in a monotone that made them sound like confessions. Anton checked a tiny camera screwed into a blind corner of our block and seemed satisfied enough to drink water like a man who knows what he's for. Rowan burst in expectant and vibrating. He told us a long story about a loose wire that ended with Mr. Brown crying from laughter and letting them use the big gym fan to simulate coastal winds, which is a sentence that can save lives. Darius listened like he wanted a degree in Rowan. I was rude enough to enjoy it. After dinner, after homework that smelled like solder and hope, after Mara took a phone call that turned her mouth into a straight line and decided we were not going to be bored after all, after Tasha set the alarm and insulted 3 knives in one sentence, after the block exhaled, I walked to the hall with Darius because I wanted to. We didn't go to the library. We stood under the soft light like sinners in a painting, and we obeyed our rule. We behaved. Mostly. He touched my face with the backs of his fingers, like a man removing dust from a relic and hoping not to be cursed for it. I lifted my mouth. The kiss was moderate, because we said so. It was also the kind of moderate that teaches a person how far a word can stretch. Without breaking, he tasted like garlic and restraint. I probably tasted like want and a new vocabulary. His hands marked my waist the way you mark a page you will read again. My fingers pressed into his shoulders, then softened, then returned to the small, necessary violence of holding on. It was not a performance for any camera. It was not a negotiation. It was 2 bodies that had spent the day purchasing quiet, paying one another back. When I pulled away, I did not step back. I pressed my forehead to his and let the house hear me breathe. We keep the rules, I said, because it helps both of us to say it out loud. We keep you, he said, which is a sentence that would be terrifying out of any mouth but his, because I am the one who wrote the clause. Tomorrow, I said. Tomorrow, he echoed. We broke apart like adults and like cowards, which is to say wisely. He turned toward the stairs. I turned toward my door. The key on my nightstand waited with its small matte face. The chair where Fear sits was already in its place. Legs crossed, a little proud of us. My phone buzzed as I washed my face. A number I recognized by its greed. The gossip site editor. Asterisk. Asterisk. Off the record. Do you actually love him? Asterisk. Asterisk. I turned the phone over. I looked at the mirror. My face did not look like a bride. It looked like a woman who had learned a new word for no, and a better one for yes. I texted back. Asterisk. Asterisk. On the record, we write our own verbs. Asterisk, asterisk. Then I turned the phone off and set it under the key like an apology. The stupid hour woke up early and tried to knock. At 2:18 a.m., the street offered a sound like a bottle learning to fly and failing. Anton ghosted past my door before the panels could hitch their green. Tasha's voice on the comm, 2 words only. Back corner. The house shifted its weight on its foundations. I opened my door, and the hall gave me Darius. Bare feet, t-shirt, attention reloading. It's nothing, he said softly. Noise. I believed him because he'd already turned toward the stairs and not toward a weapon. Boredom? I asked. He smiled with one corner of his mouth. They're practicing being brave, he said. We'll let them pass the audition. We stood in the hall, not touching, listening for the sound of a city that has decided to be dramatic. It didn't come. The house steadied. The quiet we had purchased with receipts and mercy settled back over our bones. Back to bed, he said. Stay for a minute, I said. And he did, because he knows sometimes the fear chair asks for supervision, and sometimes I do too. He took my hand. Not a performance. Not a claim. He held it like a verb we had earned by obeying all the rules that make this possible. After he let go, I slept like a person who has spent the whole day choosing. In my dream, the mezzanine bulbs hummed, The river counted. The ledger turned into a window, and 4 girls walked through it into air that didn't smell like bleach. When morning came, it did not arrive with mercy. It rarely does, but it arrived with coffee and flats that could run, and a man who had learned how to put his hands on me without taking anything, and a boy with cones, and a contract we had written that behaved like a door instead of a cage. Quiet is expensive. We paid. We would pay again. And when the city asked the only question it knows how to ask, "Times, are you still here?" Asterisk, we would answer. The only way we know how to answer. Asterisk, yes, and counting. Asterisk, number, blood contract. Chapter 9. The Taste of Risk. The city wore dusk, like bruises stitched with neon. Even the river seemed uneasy, as if it knew something was coming and didn't know whether to hide or applaud. Inside the house, the panel glowed green, but we all knew it was lying. Mara's text had arrived an hour before. Asterisk, asterisk. Kolya's men aren't bored anymore. Movement near the docks. Noise tonight. Asterisk, asterisk. Noise meant test. Noise meant warning. Noise meant someone was going to bleed. The briefing. The kitchen table turned into a war map again. Mara spread her tablet flat. Lines of red and blue crawling across satellite photos. Tasha cleaned her knife with a strip of cloth, like a priest blessing a relic. Anton adjusted the feed from a camera that caught a grainy shadow too close to our block. "They're scouting," Anton said. Clumsy. Loud. Kolya wants us to know he's awake. Darius leaned back in his chair, sleeves rolled, eyes steady. He looked less like a man preparing for war, and more like someone grading a paper that already failed. "He's trying to rattle us." "He's rattling me," I admitted. My voice sharp. Darius's eyes cut to me. "Good. Use it. Fear sharpens if you don't waste it." The words landed heavy. I thought of my father's face on that cheap photo. The pen, the trembling hand. Fear had been wasted then. It wouldn't be tonight. The plan. "Tonight we don't escalate," Darius said, tapping the map. "We watch. We let him burn his fuel. Tomorrow we move." "Tomorrow might be late," Tasha muttered. "That's why you'll be shadows at the docks," he said. "Anton with you. Mara feeds us live. If they touch a crate, we'll know. If they breathe wrong, we'll know." "And me?" I asked. "You stay here," he said. Too quick. "No." I shot back. "I'm not porcelain. I won't sit and count tiles while you bleed for me." Silence stretched, taut as wire. Darius's jaw ticked. Finally, he said, "Then you stand with me. Not apart, not exposed. You follow my hand." I nodded, the weight of the key in my pocket grounding me. My father's ghost sat between us, watching. The docks. Midnight found us crouched in the ribs of the city, where water licked rust and hunger. The docks stank of diesel, salt, and old sins. Shadows moved between containers Kolya's men, laughing too loud, showing off their pistols like cheap jewelry. Darius stood at my side, coat collar high, eyes glinting steel. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Presence was its own weapon. "Watch their hands," he murmured to me. "Words lie. Hands don't." I tried. I saw one man's fingers twitch at his belt whenever he laughed. Another drummed nervously on a crate, rhythm uneven. One stood too still, too stiff. That one was the danger. Tasha's voice crackled through comms. Asterisk. Asterisk. North corner clear. 2 idiots smoking. Want me to teach them manners? Asterisk. Asterisk. Not yet, Darius said. We waited. Waiting is war with silence. My heart counted louder than footsteps. Then one of Kolya's men pried open a crate. The wood groaned. Inside, rows of sealed bottles, labels scratched away, liquid sloshing like secrets. Contraband. Maybe weapons money. Maybe worse. Darius shifted. Now. The confrontation. We stepped out of shadow. The men froze, caught between laughter and terror. Well, the stiff one sneered. The groom and his girl. I bristled. Darius's hand brushed mine, warning. Anchor. You're trespassing, he said evenly. The stiff one spat. These docks don't wear your name. They wear my patience, Darius replied. And that's thinner. Hands twitched. Guns half lifted. For a heartbeat, the night teetered. Then Tasha's blade sang through the dark, pinning a cigarette to a crate. The smoker yelped, dropping his lighter. Try again, she said flatly from the shadows. The stiff one hesitated. Calculated. He wasn't stupid enough to start a war on borrowed ground. He jerked his chin. We'll be back. No, Darius said. You won't. They left, loud enough to pretend it was choice. Aftermath. Silence returned, thick and heavy. My body shook, the adrenaline leaving me hollow. I hated that they'd seen it. Darius turned to me. Close enough, I could see the silver threads of exhaustion at his temples. You did well. I froze. You watched? He corrected. That's more dangerous than flinching. His words were calm, but his eyes betrayed the storm he kept leashed. Rage, fear, something hotter. The tension between us crackled like wires sparking. I should have stepped back. I didn't. His hand lifted, almost hesitant, brushing damp hair from my cheek. My body leaned into it like betrayal. Arya, he said, voice low, almost warning. Don't stop, I whispered. The kiss wasn't frantic. It was deliberate. Like everything he did measured pressure, heat pressed steady against my lips. His hand cupped the side of my face, thumb grazing my jaw. My hands found his chest, the steady thrum of his heart pounding against mine. The world was danger. The dock smelled of smoke and salt and blood. But right then, pressed against him, I tasted something reckless and alive. When he pulled back, it wasn't distance. It was discipline. His forehead rested against mine. Moderate, he whispered. Moderate, I echoed, though the ache in my chest begged for more. Number, blood contract. Chapter 10. Fire on the water. The city didn't sleep after the docks. It whispered, restless, like a gambler tapping his last coin against the table. By dawn, the panel's green light felt dishonest. Fear was awake and stretching its muscles. The house holds its breath. Breakfast was quieter than usual. Rowan rattled on about cones and robots, but his eyes kept darting between me and Darius, sharp enough to notice what we didn't say. Mara scrolled through 3 different feeds at once, muttering insults at journalists under her breath. Tasha sharpened her knife in rhythm with the toast popping, and Anton fixed a squeak in the back door hinge as if silence could save us. When Rowan left for school, Darius lingered by the window, sleeves rolled, watching the street. His jaw was tense, but his voice was soft. "They'll test again," he said. "Soon?" I asked. "Soon," he confirmed, as if he'd seen the script already. "The council's play. At 10. Mara burst in with a tablet glowing like bad news. "The council is holding an emergency press conference this afternoon," she said. "Their spinning last night as gang activity," Dimitri's already quoted, promising to protect the people. Darius didn't move. "He's pretending control. He's baiting you," Mara corrected. "He wants you to look reckless. He wants her," she pointed at me with her pen, "to look like the fragile bride caught in crossfire." I laughed harsh. "Fragile doesn't sell anymore. They'll have to find another story." Mara's eyes softened for half a second. "Be careful. They'll try to write you into one anyway." The afternoon. By 4, we were at the youth center again. Donors, children, drywall dust, turning sunlight into haze. The councilmen hovered with cameras, smiling too wide. I stood by the mural, watching kids press their painted palms to the wall. One girl looked up at me and whispered, "Does it hurt, being brave?" My throat tightened. "Every time," I told her. "But it hurts worse not to be." Behind us, flashes went off. Darius stood like a storm in a suit, eyes on me instead of the cameras. The heat in them was more dangerous than Kolya's men. Nightfall. The plan for evening was simple. Recon, restraint, readiness. The auction warehouse again. This time buzzing with real buyers, men in watches too heavy, women in dresses that cost more than my father's life. Kolya was expected, maybe Dimitri's cousin, maybe worse. We entered like smoke, invisible until necessary. Mara fed us whispers from the press room. Tasha melted into the mezzanine shadow. Anton checked exits. Darius and I stood together at the edge of the floor, close enough that our shoulders touched when I breathed too deep. The auctioneer's voice rang out, smooth as oil. "Lot number 12. He gestured toward a canvas dragged into the light. A woman painted with bruises disguised as art. My stomach knotted. Darius's hand closed around mine. He didn't look at me, but his grip said everything. Asterisk. Hold. Don't break here. Not for them. Asterisk. Kolya's entrance. He arrived late, swagger loud enough to drown the auctioneer. Jacket too sharp, smile too bright. He spotted us instantly and grinned like he'd won something. "Ah," he called, striding across the floor. "The happy couple. Come to shop?" "No," Darius said flatly. Kolya leaned closer to me, his cologne sour. "Shame. There's a piece upstairs you'd look divine beside." I forced myself not to flinch. Instead, I let the anger sharpen my tongue. Do puddles always mistake themselves for oceans? His smile faltered, just for a heartbeat. Then he laughed, too loud, waving to his men. "Careful, Hale. She's got sharper teeth than you." "Good," Darius said, voice like steel sliding home. "She'll need them." The spark. The night spiraled faster than planned. Kolya's men shifted. Eyes restless. Hands itching. One knocked over a crate. Glass shattered. Another cursed. The room tensed. Tasha's voice crackled in my ear. Asterisk, asterisk. They're stalling. Waiting for someone. Asterisk, asterisk. Who? I whispered. Before Darius could answer, the side doors slammed open. Dimitri's cousin Kolya's supposed insurance strolled in, flanked by 3 bruisers. He was broad, smirking, arrogance sewn into every stitch of his suit. "Gentlemen," he said. "And the lady." His eyes dragged over me. "Lovely. To finally meet." "Leave her out of this," Darius said, stepping half a pace forward. The cousin chuckled. "Oh, I intend to put her right in the middle. Violence. It broke like glass underfoot. One man lunged. Another reached for a weapon. Tasha's knife flashed from the balcony, pinning a hand to wood before a trigger could pull. Anton cut the lights for half a breath, long enough to shift the board. Chaos roared. Shouts, fists, crates splintering. I pressed against Darius's back, moving as he moved, his hand occasionally finding mine to anchor me. I wasn't just watching anymore. When one man staggered too close, I remembered Tasha's drill heel to instep, palm to ear, and sent him sprawling. The cousin cursed, shouting orders. Kolya backed toward the door, cowered in every step. Then Darius caught my wrist, pulling me tight against him as a bottle shattered where my head had been a second before. His body shielded mine, his breath hot at my ear. "Stay with me." Aftermath. The fight ended not with victory but with retreat. Kolya and the cousin pulled back, leaving wreckage and warnings in their wake. Sirens wailed in the distance someone had called early. We melted out before the uniforms arrived. Back at the house, adrenaline still buzzed like electricity in my veins. I paced the hallway, unable to sit, unable to breathe right. Darius found me there, quiet. He didn't speak at first. He just touched my wrist, thumb brushing the pulse that still hammered wild. "You didn't freeze," he said softly. "I wanted to," I admitted. "But you didn't." The silence stretched, full of the fight's echo, the danger still clawing at us, and beneath it, something hotter, sharper. The tether between us burned. I stepped closer. "Moderate," I whispered, as if reminding us both. "Moderate," he echoed, before his mouth found mine. The kiss. This kiss wasn't tentative. It carried the taste of risk, of adrenaline not yet bled out. His hands bracketed my waist, pulling me flush against him. My fingers tangled in his hair, tugging just enough to hear his breath hitch. Heat coiled low, insistent. The memory of danger sharpened every touch. His mouth claimed mine, then slowed, then deepened. Deliberate as always. He kissed like strategy, and hunger blended into one. I pressed against him, my body betraying restraint. His hand slid lower, not claiming, just testing. I gasped, half fear, half want, and his forehead pressed to mine. "Tell me no," he whispered, voice hoarse. "I won't," I said. The kiss grew rougher, then softened again, as if we both knew the line and were learning to dance along it. Moderate, yes, but enough to leave me trembling, craving, alive. When we finally broke, my lips swollen, his chest heaving, the hall was heavy with silence. "We can't afford distraction," he murmured. "Then don't get distracted." I shot back, breathless. His smile was dangerous, tired, beautiful. "Tomorrow," he promised. Closing, I returned to my room, set the key by the window, fear back in its chair. My body still buzzed with the memory of his hands, his mouth, his restraint. The city outside howled. Inside, I lay awake, knowing tomorrow would bleed. But tonight I had tasted fire. And fire, once tasted, is impossible to forget.